When the class sing that song.
You know what to do. Indiana, 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 we're on for you. We will fight for the green and crimson, for the glory of all that you, never gonna take, we can't falter. In the battle, we're shining true. Indiana, 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 we're on for you. Are you?
Cignetti's career, the Indiana Hoosiers tell the world we're for real.
Well, as the old expression goes, pics or it didn't happen. So there you go. Those are the pictures, and it did indeed happen. We lost Matt here, but here we go. So yes, the Indiana Hoosiers are officially your national champions of 2026. So welcome everybody to Dragon's Den podcast. My name is Eric Hopkins, aka Jill. Also joined tonight by Captain Spoovy and Miranda Nicole. We got Mr. Roger on the bottom left, and of course Matt, who's he says the Hoosiers are flipping champs. So,
but he's not willing to get a tattoo.
Yeah, we're not willing to get the tattoos, but maybe a fake one. I mean,
wait, hold on. Tattoos?
Yeah,
you're part of the chat, Damon. You had the chance. Nobody took me up on my offers over.
I didn't know there was an offer. Hold up.
You want to get a tramp stamp?
I would be included.
No, I didn't say it had to be a tramp stamp. I said Matt could get it on his ass.
No. I'm the one. Miranda said she was gonna get a tramp stamp. And the only reason I think that was, especially because she was going to do like, Hoosier Hank or whatever. If somebody else was going to do it, she was going to defile her body for an IU tattoo just because somebody else did it. Nobody else wanted to do it, and so she didn't do it. But I don't know why a tramp stamp she was going to get, but I know what I'm aiming for.
Definitely not going to be this, though, I guess.
Damn, if I knew I was included on that offer, I would have taken that.
I sent it. There's
another tattoo for a while, man.
There's a tattoo shop that was doing $16 tattoos because they want 16.
What?
Yeah. The post is in the chat, Damon. Go find it,
brother.
It's before.
I gotta do some digging now.
Yeah, scroll up a little bit. You'll find
it.
Hey, you got till the end of the month, buddy.
Maybe she'll extend the offer for you and you alone.
No, it's still the end of the month.
I got you.
Okay. Yeah, let me go find that.
There you go. Well, sweet. We'll get you a big old CFP trophy, or get you a big old Fernando Mendoza diving.
There's a group of photos
there's an entire scene across my big ass back.
Well, this will be a little part of it, okay? Because this is only a little. You got like 6 or 8 different images to pick from.
Okay.
They're willing to do for $16. That's why I was gonna get Hoosier Hank, and the plan was next year when we beat your all asses.
Okay.
I would either get it turned into a Highland cow with some.
Matt, what are you using as a mic, Matt? You sound like awful.
Well, that's all I got.
Well, that's a little better, but anyway. So all right, cool. But anyhow, I don't know if you usually use your headsets or not, but anyway, it's no big deal.
No.
So anyway, big win for the Hoosiers. They are officially the champs, as I said before, and I thought I'd just do a little celebration here tonight. I'm not trying to rub it into you Ohio State fans or anything like that, but
I do. But I like to rub it in.
But as Brandon said one time,
being that.
Brandon said one time, act like you've been there before. Well, we haven't, so we're going to go a little nuts.
I told Brandon.
Oh, come on. Like, you haven't been there with the Colts? Act like that. Damn, that's how I've been acting. My pro team's been there a few times. I know how to act with that.
I told Brandon, the only part of this that I'm not mad about is the picture that Damon posted of his mom. And I know she's happy. So fine, have this one, but next year is a new season.
Yeah, I agree.
Very much
But you got to give them credit, even if you don't care for them.
Yo,
It's like me and New England this year. I don't necessarily like New England, but I got to give them credit where it's due. I mean, they are
the at work because I had to deal with two annoying people at work, not named Matt, with a new guy we have in Butter, and you know how Butter is with me. You know how we interact with each other. This man does not give a crap about football, but just because IU won and Ohio State didn't, like, he was on my ass all night. And
he's one of those kind of people.
He's just an asshole.
He's like me.
The one kid, the new kid we got, he was like, who found out I was an Ohio State fan, and he goes, "So how many was Ohio State won?" And I go, 9. So calm down.
A lot more. So give us this one. You know what I mean? Like, let us have one. You know what I mean? Like, just let it go. Yeah. But yes, as of right now, this will obviously change. But Indiana is the last undefeated basketball team and last undefeated football team to win the championships here. But obviously, basketball, there's a lot more games now than 32 in a year, and 16-0 is the longest streak for undefeated college football. But it's because it's expanded in the last few years. So this will also be top or tied.
16-0 were the 1894 Yale football team.
And I don't remember how things were back. I know Michigan, didn't they go undefeated a few years ago, but it was 15-0. So it's I mean,
there's been a few teams that have gone undefeated during the season and won the title, but it's been like 14, 13, 15-0.
Right. So it is going to happen, especially in football again. But yeah, basketball, that's going to be a hard one to top because obviously, but again, things have changed in those years. It's got like, you get those records in, the NFL now. The 72 Dolphins, they went undefeated. They won the Super Bowl. Yeah, but they played a lot less games back then too. New England actually beat that record.
14-0 record.
Yeah, and then they went to the Super Bowl and lost, but New England did beat that record.
Fucking remind me of that.
Sorry.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
Look,
thank you, Eli.
I the Indiana Hoosiers won just so I didn't have to face that fucking heartbreak again.
Oh, my
I
Lord.
faced it in 2007. I didn't want to do it again damn near 20 years later.
And I will say this.
I couldn't do it.
Eli got twice.
But we watched.
Remind me.
We watched that IU and Ohio State game last year, and I said it then. I said after that game was over and IU lost, I said they're going to win a national championship soon. And I said they're going to be better than they were this year, and I was right. And
it was sooner than I thought, Brandon.
I have to, but but that's a product of that is Signetti. Like we listened to Pat's show, and they were talking about the man. And they played this whole little mini movie type situation, from his speech on the basketball court or in the field house, whatever it's called.
When he was announced for the football coach.
Yeah, and then the press thing, Google me. Like that, the coldest line ever. He goes, "I win." And then he said, "Google me." And I was like, damn, that's legit. Like,
so real quick, since we're talking about Pat. Oh, go ahead, Ben. I think we're done.
Oh, but to come in and take literally a franchise that was nothing. Like, I don't mean that to be a dick. I'm just being honest.
That's true.
No,
and but it was so bad that like the Hoosiers were known for their basketball team and nobody paid attention to their football program. And I seen a picture of his first game coaching. Seats were still massively empty.
Oh yeah.
And then to go when they went 3-0, and then we watched that one Saturday game and to see those fans like every seat full. I was like, all right. Like, you know what I mean? And then this year you roll in with those same high hopes and then you top all of that. I couldn't be mad at it. Like, legit.
Yeah. You tell Rob, if he's a true friend, we'll be going to the Ohio State game
Yeah,
the tickets are expensive.
Mike sent us the pictures of the tickets for the first game. Can you imagine Ohio State?
That game is probably.
I know his ass just came back from the championship though.
Yeah, he can buy it for you.
And he can start saving now.
Rob got it.
He doesn't have 3 kids, and he's got his 2 dogs. But listen, Rob.
Yeah,
I'll even take tailgating. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shoot, I would take the nosebleeds. There's not really a bad seat in that Memorial Stadium. I mean, you can see the field basically anywhere. So
I mean, I've got pictures from when I went to go see Ohio State one year at Memorial Stadium, and I was up pretty far.
Well, let me get to this. Let me get to this comment real quick because it's kind of pertinent here.
Okay.
Mike said he said real quick, Avery is watching with me, his little one, and wants to say she loves you all and good night. She's trying to go to sleep, but wanted to say that. So I wanted to get that in there, hopefully before maybe she goes to sleep and has to go to bed.
Sorry. Good night, Avery.
Anyway, yeah, good night. Thank you for watching. We love you too. So yes, but yeah, and before we go too much further, I did want to talk about something too. Mike sent an email he wanted me to read to everybody as an IU fan. He said, "Greetings, everyone. As someone that has followed IU football since 1987, I'm still having a time believing that this is all real. From the program that had the most losses in college football history, as Brandon pointed out, a laughing stock, not even good enough to be bottom of the barrel, to 16-0 national champions. My only wish is that even though my dad was a Notre Dame football fan mostly, he would have loved to have been here to see this happen. I know, though, he saw it from the best seat in the house. Coach Signetti said this would make a great movie. The team should be a part of the real story, the story of Fernando Mendoza. If you don't know his story, look it up. A true inspiration and role model. If you can't cheer for this kid and hope he continues to succeed, you're crazy. With that all said, Hoosier Nation, we have until September to celebrate. Then we will see if we can run it back. If we don't, that's cool. I'll just hope it's another Big Ten team that wins it. I'd even settle for Purdue winning if it means another middle finger to the SEC. So with that being said, Hoosiers. So there you go. So that comes from our loyal listener and loyal commenter, Mike, in the chat. So yeah. And on that note too, that also means that, speaking of Mendoza, he did officially declare himself for the NFL draft. I believe it was today. So
yep.
So
that boy's gonna be a Raider.
Yeah, either that or a Jet if the Raiders are dumb enough to pass on him. But I don't think.
Brady and Davis were at that game. They are taking Mendoza number 1. Brady wants this boy. Brady wants this man.
But it makes sense too, because you put him with Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, you start to build like an offensive line and some receiver help around him. He's going to have a strong little nucleus there to work with. So yeah, we'll see what they end up doing with it. So the Raiders could be good if this kid ends up being good in the NFL as well. I always say wait and see.
The Raiders don't Raider.
Yeah. You don't want the Raiders to Raider for sure. But with Tom Brady there too, he's got an eye for talent, I think. So I think he's probably going to be able to, make this kid work, I think so, but we'll see.
You think?
Huh?
You think he's going to make him work? He's going to the Raiders. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
All right, before you guys just move on, I have something to say about what happened at the game.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so at halftime, Pat McAfee went upstairs.
Uh-huh.
You know about this?
To Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what he did while he was up there?
I do not.
He secured himself a spot at the White House for the 250th birthday bash UFC fight.
Of course
he's going to be calling the fight there, doing his show from the White House. Yeah, like it was awesome.
Mind you, Pat didn't seek out Trump. Trump
found him.
Sought out Pat. Mm-hmm. He sent Secret Service message and asked him to come up to his suite.
Nice. That's pretty dope. I didn't hear about that. That's pretty cool.
There's a video.
Well, it makes sense as much as obviously Trump has followed WWE and Pat's done some work over there, and just Trump being a big sports fan in general. I mean, he knows Pat McAfee.
But it's so funny. Pat is so I don't even want to call it petty because it's truthful. He's got this video out calling out ESPN, Fox, all the ones that wouldn't hire him.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that he said, you know what, fuck you, I'll just go out and do it on my own. And he has. And him and those boys go out and they get it done.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I love him. Love him to death.
Oh,
He is
yeah.
on. I've got
all
a
those
bucket
places-
list, and Pat is on it. I want to run a party with
Yeah.
Pat one night.
I mean, probably wouldn't be too hard to find like an IU game or a Colts game somewhere. You know, I mean, he's always around in the state. So,
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I
that's-
said
That's what
the
game
guy-
day says,
Oh.
Brenda.
He's got a
What?
house here in Indy.
Well,
Dude,
yeah, he
yeah.
lives here, and he
Yeah.
fights for Indiana. He's got the combine here.
again
For how
another
long?
year.
well, I don't know if
Another 2
that's been here longer than Pat's been. I mean, it's
Yeah,
been,
but
it's
he's
been a long
fought
time.
for
Been
it
around
to
since
keep
I've
it.
been.
Right, that's for sure. And not only that, Pat McAfee is the sole reason we got the Royal Rumble last year. We got WrestleMania and SummerSlam coming our direction at some point. And I was, and at the Royal Rumble, I was within 10 feet of Pat McAfee. He was working,
really?
so I couldn't talk to him, but he was, you know, he was behind the booth and doing the stuff.
Hey,
But yeah,
apparently, as a show saying, Pixar didn't happen.
fair enough. I probably do have a picture of him somewhere. I'm not in it, but you could. I'm taking the photo.
Hey,
But-
as long as it's a pic of him from at least a close distance,
Well-
you can tell in the picture, I'll take that as proof enough.
I don't know if I've got.
Real quick,
Probably.
listen, we've got a rhino Republican that Trump is going to primary the fuck out of. So I bet
Yeah.
there's going to be a rally here. We have to
Be
try
fine with
to.
that.
Oh, in Indiana, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're
If
gonna
it's
talk about
not
that.
anywhere close, I'm not driving. Somebody can drive my car, but I'm not.
Okay, maybe it's more like 30 feet, but let me see if I can post this real
So,
quick.
Melinda, I am thinking about going to Pittsburgh for the draft.
That,
Mhm.
that is closer
You wanna-
than I've been to Pat McAfee.
Well, let's go.
I thought about going to Pittsburgh for the NFL draft this year.
why?
Nice. I'll pull this up.
Because Mendoza's going to go number 1.
I mean,
Yeah.
fair.
I want to try to go up to the combine and watch watch.
All right,
those.
you guys want a gray
That
cat?
would be
He's been here
fun.
for 2 years.
Huh?
You guys want one?
No.
I'm about ready to
the
beat
gray
him
ones of our
senseless.
You
own,
trying to
and
get
the
rid of
orange
your
ones
cat, are you?
psychotic.
I'm about ready to beat him senseless.
Wow.
Jesus.
Let's not.
Yeah, I wanna
let's
go-
not promote animal cruelty on the
Yeah,
channel.
okay, let's not promote animal abuse.
No, we're not. we're not
I
PETA.
seriously though would like to try to go up to a combine, like for reals.
Yeah,
Like, I
dope.
would love to.
Oh,
You
that
know,
would be
The
amazing.
combine would be kind of cool.
There you go. Okay, it's more like 30
Yeah.
feet, but either way.
Still, you're still
That is
closer.
closer than I've been to him.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Michael Cole, Wade Barrett, Big E, all right there on the
Yeah,
panel.
you closer than I've ever been to him.
Hell, our seats were about 10 rows just behind them, so it wasn't, too far away
Man.
for us. So
Man,
yeah, it was pretty
Jesus,
dope.
lucky
Yeah.
bastard.
We
I know,
gotta,
it was a good
we
show.
gotta plan a big trip like that and do a recording immediately after, like just to give our
Mhm.
real thoughts after we're done.
Yeah, Mike
Oh,
went to
absolutely.
that show. Mike and Chris Grow were also with me at that show. So
Oh shit.
yeah, so it was a good times. If you ever get a chance to go watch a WWE show, stadium or non-stadium, I highly recommend it.
I want to go
any-
down and
any
watch
promotion.
an NXT show.
That'd be a good one.
Yes.
It'd be definitely a much
That
smaller
would be
venue.
fun.
Yeah, I like smaller venues.
well, yeah.
It's more of an intimate
Mhm.
crowd. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, that is the
Well,
one thing I
that-
didn't like about it. It was what's that?
way too big.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like
Many
Lucas
people.
Oil Stadium. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the end zone, right? And the
mhm.
ring's in the middle of the field, so it rings very small on a football field. So, but
Yeah.
yes, and like
Yeah.
like Banker's Life or like a hockey rink arena or whatever, basketball arena, that's a
Mhm.
perfect setting for it.
Like the
Yeah,
one we were
if-
in with
Yeah,
AEW,
Mania
like
or
that's
an
perfect.
event at
Mhm.
Lucas or Gainesbridge, I'd be more than willing to go to because I've
Mm-hmm.
been in both of them.
Yeah, I've been to
love
Raw's
to
many
go to-
times at Cambridge.
I would love to go to either a Raw taping or a SmackDown taping locally, or even a house show. Catch a house show. Like,
Yeah.
fuck yeah.
Actually,
All right.
believe it or not, the house show I went to at or I guess it was Banker's Life at the time. It's Cambridge now. It was actually a little more fun because they were able to play to the crowd more because they didn't have to worry about certain storylines
Yeah.
hitting their moments. They were just able
Yeah.
to just have fun. So it was actually pretty
Mhm.
cool.
Well, I
But-
saw the pictures from when we went to the National Guard Armory here in town.
Yeah.
Oh, that one was dope too.
Yeah, we missed
We
that,
are
by the
not-
way. It was last weekend.
No,
Oh yeah, I forgot
Oh,
about that. That's all right. There'll be more.
we still got
There'll
to look.
Yeah.
We still got to see micro wrestling when it comes if it comes back to the
Oh,
fairgrounds.
be. That one I'm going
Like
to.
that is fucking dude. That is a good fucking time. Legitimately,
We
a
might
good
be able to
time.
see them in their hometown if we go down to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Go down
don't
to
remember
Pigeon
if
Forge.
it's Memphis that they're from or
No, it's Pigeon Forge.
Is it Pigeon Forge? Matt,
Yep.
the drive to Pigeon Forge, how long does it take?
About 6 hours, 7 hours.
Okay.
Not a bad drive.
And that's
No,
with
probably-
traffic.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about
Probably what
traffic.
it was. It's probably what it was when we went to Ohio. So
And do not go during May. You're running to rock.
No, I want to go in April. Badlands is having their GART in Nashville, but we were talking about going to Pigeon Forge after that.
Always heard good
You
things.
go to Pigeon Forge, you gotta go see the Hatfield McCoy Dinner Theater show. It's hilarious.
I love the Hatfield McCoy show. I've been to the Hatfield McCoy show.
It's been
worth it, man.
about a decade since I've been, but I don't know if they changed it or anything. But
Oh my God, it's so good.
It was pretty.
All right, guys, I'll be back. I have to take water out to the rabbit.
You gotta have it next to your tune.
Wait, you guys got rabbits now?
Potatoes.
Hey, Matt, do me a
Yeah.
favor. If you can turn your mic down a little bit, that'd probably be a good thing. Because it sounds like you're
Brother,
yelling
we
into
got-
it.
We got 3 cats, 2 dogs, and 2 rabbits.
Really? Nice.
And
How long you guys had
sometimes
it?
a couple jackasses.
Is it better, Eric?
Not really.
That's worse.
Yeah.
Mike, you may have, or Mike, I don't know. I'm Cloud9. Matt, you might have to put in headphones, buddy.
I don't know if that's the problem.
It sounds horrible in headphones. I can't.
Okay. What's it? Don't you always use headphones?
for my game, yes.
Oh no, you like earbuds for your mic on your earbud.
I used to. I can try.
Yeah, that's probably be your better bet.
Let me see what I can do.
All right, cool.
I mean, I'm using a pair of Skull Candy earbuds that I got from Walmart.
Yeah, that's the whole reason for using the
$30.
earbuds mostly. Obviously, there's an echo if you don't use earbuds, but his speakers probably.
I
not
mean,
loud enough.
mine were like $30 at Walmart.
I just know he has a pair, probably uses at work. But anyway, let's get some of these chats here. Mike obviously is sending in a few. He said if Fernando Mendoza goes to Las Vegas, he could hit up the Godfathers Club.
That's wild.
Yeah. So there you go. He said, though, for real, though, IU is proof any program with the right coach and the right players willing to put in the work, you can succeed. Absolutely. Because, I mean, they didn't even have like big 5-star recruits or anything like that either.
I mean, Mendoza was a 2-star.
2-star, yeah. I mean, and of course, everybody's like, well, they used the portal. Yeah, but every team had the ability to use the portal. I mean, so let's not act like that as an excuse or anything like that.
Exactly.
So yeah, but he also said, Brandon, what is the most random place venue you've ever wrestled at in?
You want like before a ring or after a wrestling ring? If it's before a wrestling ring, it was in a school playground, on a school playground. Well, the school was closed down. It was our old elementary school, and they had closed it down. And this was just like, you know, it was a playground was still there, like the bare bones of that whole operation. And we did a wrestling show that was literally just a bunch of us and some kids. We put up a tarp, spray painted the Fed logo on the tarp, you know, so we had an entranceway and shit.
Yeah, and, make it look legit.
Yeah, and we had some old mattresses we had put down and put a tarp over that. Yeah, you know, we did it up big, but it was a basketball court that no longer had basketball hoops. And then I think with the ring, we had this one building that looked like a fucking plane hangar in the middle of Youngstown. Like it looked like an airplane hangar. It had this weird ass balcony that was attached to it. It was weird, dude. But yeah, because I remember DJ jumped off the top of that balcony.
I was about to ask. Nobody jumped off of it, did they? Holy crap!
DJ did.
Of course they did. But
look, I bet if you gave Brandon enough money, he would have.
Yeah. I mean,
probably.
He talks like he didn't get paid though for some of those or whatever. Didn't get paid much.
Not some, all of them. None of them.
Dog handshake.
Screw
we
that.
did it for the love of the game, buddy.
Mike said he would avoid Pigeon Forge at all costs, where I foolishly married my ex-wife on a whim in 2004. No good memories there. I mean, I can get that. I mean, it doesn't mean the place is bad or anything. But
I'm not about to make the same mistake as you. I'm already married, so I'm going to Pigeon Forge.
Yeah, he ain't got to worry about that problem going on there this time. Mike, he also said, when I lived in Bloomfield, there would be occasional wrestling matches in Joe's Pizza parking lot. Joe was a wrestler, and the wrestling was so terrible. So, I mean, at least you got free pizza, hopefully, out of it. I mean, got to give something.
You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll open my little, barbecue stand during the summer, and then put on wrestling matches on the side.
Better.
So you get like you get food in a show. I'm gonna hire you guys to wrestle. I can train you guys in a couple months. Take some bumps.
I'm pretty sure I have
some gimmick.
That's gonna be a no to you.
For free pizza, I take some bumps.
To quote the great Randy Jackson, that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
It's a no for me, dog. Anyway, so yeah. Well, you guys ready to get into some of these topics? We got some wrestling, we got some movies, we got sports with the NFL. We already obviously have covered the biggest story with world of sports this week, I think. But we've definitely got some NFL playoffs to talk about a little bit. And of course, we got
we've covered again.
Yeah. Matt's perfectly happy to talk about the Hoosiers all night long.
Oh, yeah, we've covered all night long.
Hey, I don't want to rub it in because obviously I wouldn't like it. But here's the thing, Matt. Remember that thing called karma we talked about? You start doing that sort of thing. That's when Ohio State beats our ass. So
all I'm saying is when Ohio State wins, we're playing the Ohio State fight song in the intro.
Well, I mean, fair. I mean, I've got this idea for some new transitions and stuff for some of our topics.
And Brandon, we will meet again.
I've got one for our sports topic where it's got Ohio State, the Steelers, the Colts, the Yankees, all our sports teams in there.
Yankees?
Nobody gives a shit about the Yankees. Okay,
that's Matt. That's Matt. I'm trying to include it for everybody, so
we won't ever have to use it. I mean, it's not like they're going to be good or anything the next 20 years.
You said it, not me.
As a Red Sox fan, that makes me happy.
Oh, I'm a Red Sox fan now. Might as well.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Get off the wagon. Get off the wagon, son. You're not welcome here.
Oh, come on.
No, you're not hopping that one. Stick with it. They'll get better eventually. Trust me.
Yeah, don't jump off that bandwagon. That's the one wagon you stay on, so keep on it, man.
Yeah, seriously.
As long as I've known you, Matt, you've always been a Yankees fan. Don't hop off, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not hopping off. I'm just frustrated. I'm very frustrated.
You have every right to be frustrated. I'm a Colts fan. I get it, but I'm not jumping off.
I live the post-Brady years, man. Those post-Brady years, pre-Drake May years were dark, dark years.
Here's the thing, though. Your post-Brady years hasn't lasted as long as the post-Manning years in Indianapolis. You already have rebounded.
No, this is true. And it's not even a post-Andrew Luck era.
Yeah. Well, Luck, there were times wasn't great either.
Colts got Andrew Luck pretty much right after Manning left.
And we screwed him over. So it's like.
Because someone didn't know how to build an offensive line.
Yeah, clearly. Well, they did, but
someone is still in charge now.
I know. It's insanity, isn't it? But anyhow, Mike said Joe's Pizza, I think, is now Mill Street Pizza, and no, the pizza, I guess, wasn't free. Yeah, it wasn't free. And he said Matt isn't tall enough to jump on any wagons unless it's a little red one. Hey, don't knock the Radio Flyer. The Radio Flyer was one of the best wagons you could get.
For sure, 100%. Taking it down hills. Taking it down hills. Fucking, that thing was durable. It took a beating.
Built to last too.
Little Red Flyer was
Jasper. No, Jasper wants a fry. He's not going to get one.
Well, give him a fry. What's wrong with you? All right, well, let's get into some of these topics here. We got a few to get into. Let's go on to pro wrestling. Here we go. All right, let's get this show on the road here. Let's talk about some pro wrestling. The world of pro wrestling got a little bit, kind of a slow week when it comes to the news. However, there was a little bit of tidbit news on SmackDown that I wanted to talk about. I don't know a whole lot about the show, but it was one little bit of news I wanted to discuss. But on Monday Night Raw this week, though, we got Gunther declaring himself for the Royal Rumble. And for those of you who don't know, Gunther holds the longest time record in a 30-man Royal Rumble match at 1 hour and 11 minutes long here. So he's looking to obviously get back on the horse and come after the World Championship here. So it'll be good to see him in that match. But he is obviously going to be pulling double duty now, though, because on Monday Night Raw, after that whole tap-out incident we talked about last week on Raw, where he tricked AJ Styles into letting go of the submission hold and then Gunther low-blowed him and then power bombed him for a win. AJ Styles come out and says he wants a rematch. He did not like the way that went down, but Gunther, being the sly, savvy heel that he is, says that the only way he will accept the rematch at the Royal Rumble is if AJ Styles puts his career on the line. So as we've been talking about,
well, Gunther's losing.
I don't know about that, Matt, because here's the thing. As we've been talking about over the last few weeks, how Gunther put out Goldberg, he had John Cena retirement, and now he might be putting out AJ Styles, as reports are now suggesting that AJ Styles' contract with the company currently expires in February. So if that is the case, this might be it for AJ Styles, at least in the WWE. But he's talked about how 2026
Yeah, what about AEW?
I don't know, but I don't think so, but I got a feeling he'll extend his contract, and they'll probably have some shenanigans where AJ gets away without losing here, probably. But if he doesn't, his contract expires in February from reports. So what do you think about this?
I think that's a choice for AJ, is what I think.
What do you mean by choice?
Well, if he, to think about, are you really wanting to hang it up, or are you wanting to keep going?
Well, I'm sure he'll have a say.
No, he wants to hang it up.
He wants to hang it up eventually.
Yeah,
I was just kind of surprised. Maybe it would be a little early in the year. I kind of thought maybe we get more of like a 6-7 month run out of it, but maybe not.
And I think we are, because I think they'll do. He probably will extend his contract, and then what will happen is he'll pick up the win here by outsmarting Gunther one time, and then Gunther will demand another match. Like, we might get a best of series between these two. And I'm here for that.
Tie 1-1, and then you go into Chamber or something, maybe, or Rumble or WrestleMania, maybe even. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
I could definitely see AJ retiring like at Mania. What better place to go out? There may be a few guys.
But he did debut at a Rumble.
That is true. Actually, not only debuted at a Rumble exactly 10 years ago. Exactly. So
it's been 10 years, which when I heard that somewhere, I'm like, wow, it really has been 10 years since he joined the WWE. Jesus Christ.
That's hard to believe, isn't it? I remember that.
Yeah, it is.
I remember it. I remember mostly because WWE screwed the pooch on their camera, because they were so focused, I think, on Roman Reigns. You didn't even know who was coming down to the ring until they finally showed it. The crowd was going nuts, and we couldn't see it at home. But at the same time, it was still a great debut.
That.
So yeah,
still got a big pop. Still got
a great pop. For sure. Mike said that AJ Styles has said 2026 is going to be his last year and wants to retire as part of WWE. So, yeah, I don't necessarily think AEW is going to be a thing or anything like that, but I think it may be an extension maybe in line here. And 10 years ago is when, yes, exactly. We're way ahead of you, buddy. Yeah, good for you on your facts for sure. Yeah, so it looks like both. I don't know if AJ will be in the Rumble or not. He didn't declare. The other guy who did declare on Monday Night Raw, who I don't have a picture here, is Jey Uso, last year's winner. Also declared for the Royal Rumble. So we know now Cody Rhodes, Gunther, and AJ Styles. Well, not AJ. Gunther, Cody Rhodes, and Jey Uso. We know for sure. But yeah, Gunther's going to be pulling double duty, so we'll see how that goes for sure. And obviously, it's going to be a fight, no doubt, between these two guys. And I can't wait to see where this ends up going here in Riyadh. Another big storyline on Monday Night Raw. We got a heel turn by Natalya, which we've been getting some of these like promo packages of her like training Maxine Dupree and stuff in the old Heart Dungeon and things like that. But Maxine Dupree was challenging Becky Lynch for her Intercontinental title, trying to get her title back. And Natalya put Becky Lynch's leg on the rope, break up the pinfall here. And Maxine Dupree was obviously very betrayed by this, as her mentor is the one who cost her the title here. And after the match is over with, Natalya also put the boots and the sharpshooter on Maxine Dupree as well. The one bit of criticism I had on this whole thing was not so much that they did the heel turn with Natty, but it's because we've not seen Natty on television forever. We got the video packages of her training Maxine for sure, but she's never come out with Maxine. So as soon as Natalya showed up on Raw this week and came out with Maxine, I immediately knew something was going to happen. It would have come as a surprise for me had Natty been coming to the ring with Maxine for the last month or two and then hit it. But just the first night out, she turns on her. But at least I think this is for her character.
Or if like the week before, they had Maxine make a phone call, and she said she's going to be here next week or whatever to come out with me or have my back or whatever. You know what I mean? But Natalya, you're right. She hasn't been on TV, but she's been, she's been down in NXT. She's been over at Mexico for a little while. And she was working all that as heel.
And I think this is kind of where they're going with it. This look, this aesthetic, this attitude, which I'm down for because she's been doing a lot of this stuff like on I think maybe the indie scene a little bit or whatever. Or I don't know if she's kind of been doing like AAA or whatever, or maybe like you said, NXT. This is a good character for her to do. And I think she's even won over upper management by doing this. So I'm hoping that now that you can feature this on the main roster, it's a good thing for her character.
I'm trying to remember the last time Natalya had really anything to fucking chew on.
Not much.
Storyline.
No, it's been a while. I can tell you that much.
The last thing I can remember was with Tyson and Davey Hart Smith.
Davey Boy,
Literally the last thing I can remember her really having anything to really chew on. Was when she was with that.
She's been in a lot of matches and feuds where she is obviously the one who puts the younger talent over, things like that. And she may be doing that here for Maxine to some respects too. But I wouldn't mind seeing Natalya get actually get a bit of a push with this character. I mean, just utilize her, man. I mean, she's a great talent, no doubt. And I know the women's locker room is very crowded right now. A lot of good talent there. But so I'm hoping this will actually maybe kind of spark something.
They need more heels. You got to think about it. Liv came back and she's one of the biggest baby faces right now. You can't turn Rhea heel.
As a heel.
Hitting that.
But
Rhea's hitting that part where Roman is, where Punk is, where Rollins is, where, you know what I mean? To where like nobody's going to boo her.
No. Especially also along with Rhea's EO.
Yeah, and you got fucking adorable ass EO. Even when she was a heel, it was like, guys, she's so cute.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, they could definitely maybe use a little more on the heel side of things. So, I'm looking forward to this, and hopefully they actually utilize her and not just put her back on the back burner once this Maxine Dupree thing is over for sure. Monday Night Raw, though, being in Ireland, did feature Finn Balor challenging CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. Finn Balor comes out to his old theme music here. He almost looked like he might have even forgot where the cue was to pose and stuff at the beginning of it a little bit because he's not used to doing it like he has been lately. But I like some of it. I think he said he couldn't hear too because the crowd was so loud for Finn Balor in this.
Oh, I fucking bet! Like,
they were hyped for Finn Balor.
How can you be hyped for Finn Balor?
It's his home country.
Are you serious?
Well, technically not his home country though.
I am not a Finn Balor.
I thought it was. Maybe it's not.
Look, you know what? I don't hate Matt for that because I am not an IU fan. So haters gonna hate.
That's fine. You don't have to be.
Ireland with Britain,
and you don't have to like Finn Balor, fucker.
Yeah.
You don't besmirch Ben Fowler's name, motherfucker. My mom will come and haunt your ass, Matthew.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I stay away from Finn Balor because I know Kelly likes Finn Balor.
Finn Balor's a great wrestler.
Abs. Finn's got abs.
Abs got abs. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, you're not jealous of Finn Balor, Matt. You're jealous of Finn Balor's abs.
What did they say? Like less than 10% body fat.
I am too.
Yeah, Pat said that. He was like, this man has some 0.7% body fat, and I'm like, yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
I didn't even notice this, but it almost looks like Finn Balor's got a new tattoo on his arm. Is that new?
He does.
I don't say I've never seen that one. So there you go.
It's growing.
Yeah.
That's why he had the arm sleeve on. That's how he had the arm sleeve on the 1 week. The white sleeve that he had on his arm to cover that up.
Okay.
See, every time the Usos, I've noticed it. Roman and the Usos, anytime they got work done, you would see them in either a backstage skit or something like that in this long arm sleeve situation. And I remember when Jay had to wear them when he got his forearms and shit done.
Y'all could be cool like those guys if you just fucking get that tattoo.
Well, and speaking of tattoos, I it's kind of hard to see in this photo, but apparently right here on like on top of Punk's sternum, I believe he's even got a paw print of his dog Larry now, which is a new tattoo for him as well too. So that's kind of cool to see. Yeah, so that's a cool little thing that he's added as well. So, but yeah, so these guys had a great match.
They
obviously.
had a hell of a match.
But CM Punk did retain the World Heavyweight Championship here. But at the end, he kind of gives him a little bit of respect here to Finn Balor. As Finn Balor, he raises his hand. And, of course, obviously the look of disappointment after the match from Finn Balor is interesting to maybe in the storyline moving forward. Again, could we potentially start to maybe see the return of the Demon, what they plan on doing with him here going forward as a singles competitor? I still hope they end up putting the world title on him sooner rather than later. I would like to maybe even see him.
He's a Trips guy.
What's that?
He is Trips guy.
Oh yeah, it's true too. Back in the old NXT days,
part of the golden era of NXT.
Is there any world he wins the Royal Rumble?
I would fucking
that'd be
fucking love it.
Huge.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, I don't know.
That would be
Look, IU wins. Finn Balor winning the Rumble.
Somebody's got to take it while Dom's gone.
Right now.
Yeah, and I don't know how long Dom's going to be out anyway, but yeah, eventually you got to figure those two guys are going to collide as well.
That would be. I would know. I think that would be good.
WrestleMania break away from Judgment Day at some point.
Oh yeah, Finn versus Dom would be a good match for the Intercontinental title.
That would be amazing.
And then have Finn take it off of Dom, and then Dom splits off, does his own thing or whatever it might be, or even Finn.
Have that do it, Mania.
I would actually watch that.
Oh, you might be getting to see it before too much longer. You never know. But yeah, so I mean, I'd be totally down for him winning the Royal Rumble. I ain't gonna lie to you. So we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah,
sadness he hasn't won it yet.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. It kind of is. But after he got hurt and that first time he won the world title, I think Vince just kind of looked at him as a liability when it comes to his injuries. But it's completely unfair. I'm hoping they get away from that.
He's never really suffered that many injuries after that, has he?
Not really.
No.
That I can think of anyway.
Not that I can recall myself.
I know he got married. He took some time off for that. I know.
But I don't think
he did have another injury, but that was pre-Judgment Day. I don't think he's had an injury since the whole Judgment Day.
Yeah.
And Judgment Day has been at least 3 years?
Easily. I mean, Edge started it. And now he's been in AEW for a couple years now. Yeah,
I remember Judgment Day being a thing before my life went down the tubes.
And Finn is a heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Especially with the talent they got now, the guys coming up. You got Oba, you got fucking Javon Evans.
If he's not hurt, which from the reports I heard, Javon Evans, it looked like him, and I think it might have been it was one of the Americanos. Looked like they tried to both hit each other by sticking their head through the middle rope and try to give their shoulder into a midsection at the same time, and they cracked heads like two rams. I think Javon might have been a little loopy. I think he's going to be okay, but they had to call the match off on Monday Night Raw for Javon.
Okay. I do remember hearing about that.
A lot of people thought it might have been his shoulder or something, but I think it was more like maybe concussion concerns or whatnot. So hopefully he'll be all right.
But still, you could put Finn against somebody like Obafemi, and it'll work. Yeah. It would work. It would work perfectly.
Finn can make him look like a monster.
You imagine the Demon coming out and having to fight Oba, and then man,
yeah. Okay,
so Oba would naturally not fear it.
Oh no, definitely not. No, I mean, there's plenty of guys that Finn Balor could work with one-on-one, and
oh man.
Oof. Him and Gunther even would be a hell of a man, things like that. No, there's a lot of guys he can work with. Drew McIntyre on the other show, there's
Damian Priest.
Well, I mean,
Braun Breaker.
they did that a little bit, but not like one-on-one as much. But yeah, Braun Breaker is another one. Mike said, we'll get to your other chats here in a second, Mike. But he said 2022 was when the Judgment Day started with Damian Priest helped Edge beat AJ Styles at WrestleMania 30. So it's been about 4 years then. So yeah, a little over, almost 4 years. So yeah, that's a good bit of those there. He also had a question for Miranda, I guess, to kind of get her involved with this a little bit here. He said, if you lost a bet and had to get a tattoo, would you want to pick the tat and let the winner pick where you put it, or let them pick the tat and you choose the location?
It depends on what the
bet was.
Yeah, what the bet was. Because if it was about a football game, like I tried to do, it wasn't really a bet, but it was just. I mean, yeah, like next year if Pittsburgh loses to.
I think just speaking for
Colts,
myself,
I couldn't even think of their names. And I had to get a Colts tattoo or something.
Yeah.
We're gonna agree on the location for sure.
I would have to pick if I was to ever do it, which I won't. But if I was to ever do it, I would want to pick the tattoo. You choose the location, as long as it's not like on the face or something crazy like that. You know, But yeah, I mean,
like I said, I want to get a neck tattoo. I do not understand why Cody got his put where he got his put. I would have went back a little further, but that's just me.
Well, why did Rey Mysterio get it all the way? You know, it's like
that's
like,
just,
I mean,
or not Dominic. I mean,
but I do have the start of a tattoo. It's not that I just don't spend money on myself very often, so it's just not fun finished.
I don't think I could ever get a neck tattoo, man.
I heard they're painful.
Anytime I remember see pictures of Taker with when he had Sarah tattooed on his throat.
Just don't get somebody's name on there, because you never know. You have to get that covered up.
Well,
the back of my neck, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that'd be a good place to hide it too if you needed to with the hair or whatever. But but you there. So.
Oh god, that's gonna hurt like a bitch.
I just don't do well with
migraines. I get migraines back there.
Spine.
No, that'd be fine.
You'd be all right.
That can hurt like a bit.
The fattier part, like right in almost to my armpit, that hurt the worst.
I didn't when my brother did mine on my forearm. I didn't feel there was no pain at all.
Bullshit.
But towards the very end of it, I bled like a stuck pig. You what?
Like right up by my elbow where Cam's name is. That hurt like a. That hurt.
Oh yeah, elbows are hurt like a bit.
The one on my leg, the dream catcher on my leg, the part that goes of the dream catcher that goes right over the middle part of your fucking leg, it's all bone. And that was the only time I wanted to kick Cody in his fucking head. I was like, yo, that hurt.
That needle hit straight bone. That's gonna hurt like a motherfucker.
Isn't that on your shin? I think.
Yeah.
And the whole tramp stamp thing. Look, I can sleep through just about anything, and I thought if I could lay down on my stomach and just go to sleep, I wouldn't even have. And then I can't see it unless I look in the mirror.
True.
And I still can't see it very well.
Tramp stamp's more for your like Brandon. That's a gift for you. That sort of thing. But Mike said the dumbest tattoos to me are when fans get one of their teams winning the championship before they actually win it. So Damon, you never got one for the New England Patriots this year, have you?
No.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm superstitious. God damn, I'm saying.
Superstitious.
I'm superstitious when it comes to my sport. But no, I am not. That's why I won't get a tattoo ever of that. Because, no, I'm not going to curse my fucking team like that.
Speaking of being cursed, you do realize that I have the Patriots in the raffle.
I almost put the table when I saw someone have an IU Indiana Hoosiers 2026 national champion tattoo. I think it was AI fake, but I almost flipped the table because I thought it was real. I'm like, why did you just jinx us, you motherfucker?
Right on.
I
don't think that would be real.
Cowboys fans, I see do that shit. I'm like, you dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck now.
Yeah, well, Well, with Damon or with Matt having the New England Patriots in the raffle, you're probably all but guaranteed to lose now. But
dang,
I don't know about that. I don't know. Matt might win. I mean, I think they got a pretty good.
Me win at something.
If New England loses, I know. Well, actually, I don't anymore. I know it would work.
I don't know. We got a new commenter in the chat here. I'm going to bring up here.
I just looked him up. I followed him on Rumble.
Okay, good. Matt Movement Wrestling said, if any of you guys get the free time, check out our event from this past December. Our next event in March, we are working with WWE ID's Marcus Mathers and some other talent from NWA, MLW, GCW, etc. They say they love what we do over here. Good vibes and great content. Well, thank you very much, Matt Movement Wrestling. We obviously got one new follower there. Miranda's following you now, so we'll definitely check you out for sure. And thanks for watching the channel. We appreciate all the support, no doubt, for sure. And hope you watch us for all the other content besides the pro wrestling stuff too. We got some wrestling or we got movies and
welcome sports. To the neighborhood.
Yeah, welcome to the fun for sure. But yeah, thanks very much. Let's get back to the wrestling a little bit here. We do have a show tomorrow night for WWE. Of course, Saturday night's main event on in Montreal, Canada. Here, as of right now, we've got 3 matches for the show. Somebody's speakers here is a little screwy. I don't know what's going on there, but anyway. So we got 3 matches for the show. We might have had more matches added on SmackDown tonight, but I've not got a chance to watch it yet, so I'm only going to talk about 3 of them. So let's start off with Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. Rio defending their women's tag team championships against Liv Morgan and Roxanne Perez. I think that's a possibility they could lose the titles here, maybe to Liv and Roxanne, but they just won them, so I wouldn't think so quite yet. But this could be very intriguing when it comes to a lot of the storylines, especially with Liv and obviously Rio, former Judgment Day stuff there. Liv in particular, I still would like to maybe see them follow up a little bit more on Liv Morgan. Before she left, she didn't like Roxanne Perez. She was kind of like Roxanne was kind of getting in between her and Dominic. So I don't know if they're ever going to pick that up or just have Liv Morgan and Roxanne Perez just be buddy-buddy.
I think they are. I think it's underlined. I think we just don't know it yet. Liv is playing this game of and then when given the opportunity, to pull a wool from underneath her, she will. But I think that's the game. I think she's doing it. You know what I mean?
I can definitely see something because didn't Eric you say Dom was out with an injury right now?
Yeah, he got injured at a AAA show, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know exactly how long he's supposed to be out. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back at the Rumble or something. I wouldn't be surprised.
I was gonna say if I could see Liv since Dom's out, kind of getting buddy with Rox Perez just to get her in a false sense of security when Dom comes back.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I mean, I just know they were playing on that so much before Liv got injured and she had to leave, unfortunately. But I don't know if we're going to do that. Ever since she's been back, she's kind of been, one with the group, so to speak, and not really causing as much chaos as she was. So we'll see if she ends up doing that. But I'm taking Rhea Ripley and Io Sky to retain here. You guys got any other thoughts on that?
No, but this AI render is fucking my head up because it looks like Liv looks like the Grinch and it's blowing my fucking mind.
It is a little creepy. Yeah.
But I think it's a good.
Brandon, how do you know what the Grinch looks like?
Hold
on. Go ahead, Miranda.
Yeah.
It's good because hopefully other people bitch about it too, and AI gets better. Because that whole thing with Dom and the belt with AEW when he
that
AI should have known better.
I don't know. I mean, I've tried to do some AI stuff for the channel too. You've got to be very specific with that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I was like, put this belt on this wrestler to make it look. No, it just puts a random belt, But yeah, in that case, WWE should have definitely looked into that before they posted it.
Yeah, because I said, Io Sky is kind of looking like a Tanahashi knockoff here.
Wow,
it's weird.
But yeah, so I'll move on from that. We also got another match, obviously a big feud match here, coming off the fact that Jacob Fatu cost Cody Rhodes his WWE Undisputed Championship on SmackDown in the 3 Stages of Hell match against Drew McIntyre. This is going to be a fight.
This is going to be good,
man.
So
I'm giving this to Jacob. Cody could lose.
Yeah. He could take it for sure.
I I can also see this ending in shenanigans.
Drew McIntyre maybe gets
Yeah,
involved here. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
If they're wanting
but
to
Drew
set up the
McIntyre's
triple
got.
threat.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, Drew McIntyre is going to face the winner of the next match we're going to talk about. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. But like we've always kind of been talking about with Cody Rhodes too, if he takes another loss and keeps losing, how much that's going to affect his psyche and his emotional state, and maybe will he go heel or something like that? We don't know. But I could definitely see that. And Jacob Fatu needs the win more than Cody does, for sure.
Brother, Jacob Fatu has been on fire since he debuted. Like, I'm talking about even with the "I love you" solo shit. Like, Jacob Fatu is, oh my God, like, and like, it's not like this is a real organic thing. Like, the crowd wanted to cheer for him, and then they did.
Oh yeah.
So like, Cody could lose this and nothing happens to him. Jacob, this would boost his stardom even more.
Yeah, because isn't he?
Is he what?
Isn't he coming off injury?
Yeah, he just got back from an injury, but yeah, I mean, but also I'll never forget. As much as I'm not a big fan of Braun Strowman, that stuff that Jacob did with Braun Strowman, holy crap!
Yeah,
I mean that stuff was superstar making for Jacob Fatu. So yeah, you continue on that. So you do something like that with Cody Rhodes. That's gonna, I mean, because Cody Rhodes has been the dominant champion basically for the past 2 years for the most part. So I mean, you do that to Cody Rhodes, you're going to set yourself up for a big time future, if you ask me. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they do with this tomorrow night. And last but not least, obviously, Drew McIntyre will face the winner of the Fatal 4-Way #1 contendership match at the Royal Rumble between Randy Orton, Sami Zayn, Trick Williams, and Damian Priest tomorrow night. So
if it's not Randy Orton, then I call bullshit.
I think that is the safe pick. I think so. And then maybe that sets up Randy Cody again eventually, which they've also teased.
The fact that Trick Williams shows up on a SmackDown and then he's immediately in a heavyweight title situation speaks volumes for what he did in NXT to get to where he to the main roster like that. Like he's not in there with some slouches. Sami Zayn could go. Damian Priest is far better than anybody gives him credit for. And you got Randy Orton.
Yeah, he's in there with some pretty consistent workhorses.
And Damian Priest is another guy I think who could definitely use it right now. Ever since he's come over from Raw to SmackDown, he had that feud with Aleister Black, which was good. But outside of that, they've really not done a lot with Damian Priest on SmackDown.
I picture Damian Priest.
But Priest and Drew have a history together too. They've had some pretty good matches.
We talked about that.
Going with Damian Priest this time.
Yeah, Priest versus Drew. Win it. WrestleMania kind of a WrestleMania rematch. Drew or Damian.
The better story right now, I think.
Maybe so. I mean, anybody, but I think Trick Williams maybe just because I think it's a little too soon for him on the main roster.
No, I think if anything, Trick's gonna eat the pin.
He very well could. Well, maybe but he very well could. But either way, they're going to make him look like $1 million though.
I'm going to give this cat diabetes.
You're gonna give the cat diabetes?
What? I think he's like 5'5".
Who are you? Who are you, Wilford Brimley? Like
diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
He's like Scott McIntyre. I got diabetes. That's messed up. So anyway, Mike said in the chat, took a little out there, said Eric probably secretly has a tattoo for every year one of his fantasy teams won. You'll never know. I'll tell you right now. And then he also said, no spoilers unless you ask, but I saw there was a title change on SmackDown. Well, yeah, I don't think I want to know this time. I'd rather watch. But of course, now that you said it, now that you
grabs tonight.
Well, not only that, I think there might have been a couple actually, but I don't know. But if there's a title match, and I'm going to be like, well, I know who wins now. But no, I'm just kidding. I know you aren't trying to ruin it, but yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Is like, were there at least 2 title matches tonight?
Yeah, hopefully there was 2. But anyway, if not, I'm gonna be like, well, no, now. No, that's okay.
I mean, for me, I haven't seen what the card was for tonight. Like, I'm not really able to watch SmackDown.
I mean, the only one I can think of that maybe would change hands would maybe be like Carmelo Anthony's, but he just got the U.S. title. I'd feel bad if he lost it already. But then again, Dragunov did have it long before. Yeah, I mean,
at a pretty high point of his big push there.
Mike said there is 2 title matches, so at least that won't ruin it.
Okay.
So that's good. Of course, if the first one happens, no title change, then we know. But either way, but we appreciate it though anyway. So if it's a big enough story, we'll talk about it next week here for sure.
How can you say no to that?
Oh, look at the little kitty.
Easy. No.
yeah.
That felt pretty easy.
No, kitty.
No.
No, kitty. It's my French fry.
We have to deal with our kids all the time. No.
Yeah, just say
now we got 2 more. Last night I was eating cabbage and sausage, and I had Loki on one side of me and the kitten on the other, waiting. And Loki will eat anything, so you better believe he ate the cabbage.
Yeah, man.
But,
just where I thought this was
going. But I've read the other day that sauerkraut is good for dogs too. So we also bought the dogs some sauerkraut today.
They can have it. No offense. I'm just not a fan. Not a fan at all. But what I am a fan of is AEW. So let's get on the other side of the court of this here. The Rascals that we talked about last week debuting in AEW finally made their debut on AEW Collision this last week. Sans one individual, one member. Only 3 of the 4 actually showed up. So it's interesting to note what was going on with Trey Miguel, the 4th member of this crew. He's already been released from his AEW contract. He signed and then was released. This has to do not so much with anything going on currently, but Warner Brothers Discovery did the same sort of thing with Jay Briscoe when he was part of the Ring of Honor crew here with Mark Briscoe, the Briscoe brothers. Jay Briscoe had said some insensitive comments years ago on like a Twitter post or whatever, apologized for it, did his best he could to make up for it, but for whatever reason, Warner Brothers did not allow him to be on AEW television. Same thing has happened here with Trey Miguel. Trey Miguel has said something, I think, on Twitter back in 2019. WB is not super thrilled with it, despite the fact that he's apologized and has done his best to be better and all this sort of stuff. Warner Brothers just isn't having it, and I think Tony Khan was hoping maybe they would change their mind this time, unlike what they did with Jay Briscoe. However, that did not happen. So 3 of the Rascals will now be on AEW, and Trey Miguel has now officially re-signed with TNA Wrestling, which is where they all came from to start with. So that kind of sucks, but it sounds like Warner Brothers just being kind of stuck up a little bit there. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Warner Brothers just needs to get over it at this point? Like the dude just apologized.
Yeah, these old tweets like type shit. And I heard the tweet. It was in response to somebody else who was trolling in his chat and his comments. And it was taken out of context if you just see it for what it was. But then he immediately apologizes for whoever he offended when he said what he said, explaining why he said what he said, but also realizing what he said wasn't right to say. He was in a moment of anger, whatever, but he was also feeding off of whatever. And then nobody gave a shit.
Yeah, except for WB, apparently. It's like, I mean, the fact that WB did this with Jay Briscoe, they robbed AEW of some great tag team matches with the Briscoe brothers, unfortunately. Obviously, they still had great matches with like FTR and Ring of Honor and stuff like that. Obviously, those were awesome. Best trilogy of tag team matches you'll probably ever find, or at least in recent memory.
Tag teams I've ever watched.
Yeah. So, but this sucks. It's kind of a bad situation. But if Netflix ends up buying Warner Brothers completely and that gets finalized, AEW may be looking for a new home in the next year or so anyway. So if that's the case, Trey Miguel may get yet another opportunity in AEW down the line. Well, hopefully that will end up being the case. But we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But at least he's wrestling somewhere still with TNA. Also, last thing I wanted to mention here with WWE and AEW, actually, Powerhouse Hobbs, we talked about last week, is leaving AEW, and he officially had his last match on Collision this last Saturday. But he is now officially signed to WWE. And apparently, according to Bodyslam.net, or Bodyslam.net, Powerhouse Hobbs now has a new name on WWE television when he debuts, and he will be known as Royce Keys. Royce as in Royce, and Keys as in car keys.
Why don't they keep their name?
Well,
That's just
Marketing.
the stupidest shit I've ever heard of.
It's a copyright thing. AEW probably owns the copyrights to Powerhouse. Now, his real name is William Hobson, and he went by Will Hobbs in AEW. So I would assume he could probably use Will Hobbs. But according to Body Slam Net, anyway, he's going to be under the name of Royce Keys because WWE has to copyright and own everything about you when you're in their company. So thoughts on Royce Keys as his name, or would you prefer to just use Will Hobbs? Or does the name not matter?
I would prefer anything other than Royce Keys.
But we don't know the context of Royce.
I mean,
Keys.
ultimately it doesn't matter. He'll get the name over.
Like, Ricky Saints was the same way. When I first heard it, I was like, that's trash. But it grew on me. Like, it really did.
You got to keep the Ricky part. Yeah.
Yeah. And Royce Keys, we'll see. Like, it could be, we don't know the gimmick yet.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, to be like also fair, Gunther. I hated that name when he first got it.
Maybe he drives like a Rolls Royce, and he like has a big keychain with a bunch of keys. He's like a key collector.
No, but that would be Rolls Royce. Would be a pretty dope finisher name.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like it could be he could be coming in as a big time, suit tie wearing kind of guy, very fly, and so Royce is a very luxurious thing.
Yeah, maybe.
And Keys, just because you got the keys to the kingdom, like it's what I mean. It's the whole gimmick maybe based around the idea of him being this big time star.
Yeah, I mean Royce Keys does scream NXT to me. I will say that.
Oh, he would go to NXT no matter what. Like they're gonna feel that hole that Obafemi's going to leave.
Well, and we talked about how his history with Ricky Starks or Ricky Saints at AEW, potentially they make him Ricky Saints muscle, potentially. I don't know. That could be a route they end up taking. I don't know. But so look forward to seeing him probably soon. I don't know. I originally thought he might be in the Royal Rumble as a surprise entrant, and he maybe could be. But if he's going to NXT, they may not do that. I don't know. But what
you could still
appear
in the Rumble.
Yeah, you could. They, cause a lot of havoc and eliminate some guys. We'll have to wait and see.
Also,
but because
if they don't name his finisher the Rolls Royce, I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, especially.
That's a perfect name for a finisher with your first name being Royce.
But because Powerhouse Hobbs or Royce Keys has left AEW, that means that the title change did take place on Collision last week, where Hangman Adam Page and Jet Speed defeated Samoa Joe, Katsuyori Shibata, and Powerhouse Hobbs for those trios titles here. And so speaking of new names, this trio is now looking for a new tag team name or a trios team name, with a lot of people talking about maybe Air Horse 1, Deadeye Velocity, Horsepower 5000, Jet Set Rodeo, Jet Speed Cowboys, Fighting Pony Club, or the Hung Ball Jets. There was also one that Speedball mentioned about the horse but I won't say it, on AEW, and even got the crowd. They got the crowd to chant that, which was insane.
They got the crowd to chant that.
Yeah. So
dude, AEW fans will chant anything.
Yeah, and they did it during a Swerve match, and Swerve played off of it, which was hilarious.
That's hysterical.
So I don't know if any of those names are going to stick because they're all kind of bad, if you ask me. Just call them Hangman and Jet Speed. I think it's just what you ought to stick with. I don't know if you need to really come up with a fancy name, but I do like this crew together, though. I think they got a lot of potential. We'll see what they do. But so thoughts on the title change at all? Or other than that, AEW didn't really have a whole lot of, I mean, I thought Dynamite was good match-wise, but it didn't really have a whole lot of story stuff to push the narrative forward this week. So I don't think it's really anything worth mentioning right now. But they're kind of trying to get to Grand Slam in Australia, I think. So thoughts on the trios tag team titles changing? Anything?
I
mean, it's probably just till they get the Rascals sorted, and they'll take those titles off of them. And
that's a good point.
Unless you're gonna put somebody else in place of Hangman to keep him, just in the heavyweight or in the title picture there.
Yeah.
Or this is gonna be Hangman's new home. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, and as we talked about last week too, it does appear that we are going to be getting MJF versus Brody King. They definitely set that up a little bit more this week. But other than that
sucks. I'm just gonna say it.
Well, yeah, depending on what they do with it. But yeah, I see what your point about how Brody King probably ain't going to win the title because we're going to be getting, obviously, once the number one contendership, like we said, shakes out a little bit there. Yeah, so it'll be a fun match, and hopefully it'll get Brody King over more. But yeah, I don't see him beating MJF, unfortunately.
I like Mike's name for him.
Yeah, Mike said, how about Brokeback Mountain Posse? Like, brother. I mean, okay. I mean, that's better than some of the other names that were on there.
You know what? Just call him. Miranda's the only one that's going to get this joke. Just call him Cowboy Up.
You know what? That's not terrible. Cowboy Up. I mean, jet up in the sky, jet speed up.
If you only knew.
Yeah, I got a feeling, but yeah. Anyway, so that's notwithstanding, but
it's got to be funny. It's making Brandon laugh like that.
Yeah, I'm sure I know where.
Oh my god!
Here. But yeah,
I'll tell you I'll tell you offline.
Oh.
I'm not. That story is crazy work.
Hold on a second. There was another story I mentioned. I was going to talk about from SmackDown.
I can't believe the AEW crowd chants that. That is.
Well, it was one night. I'm not sure they're going to chant all the time. But
Whatever.
I do want a T-shirt with it though. It'd be pretty cool. I'm not going to lie to you, but
also remember the
Cowboy Up.
No, the other one that they were chanting. No.
Oh, the horse. Okay.
Yeah, Mike said also riding side saddle. Oh, come on now.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, but there was one other thing I want to talk about.
Thing about them chanting like you guys got to remember who was it? Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
It was Seth Rollins got the crowd to chant "Sparkle Cry."
Yeah.
Jericho.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of crazy chants throughout the years.
So it's
just random.
Just the pure fact of the wrestling fans. They'll chant anything as long as it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Just ask The Rock. He's known for that. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah. He's made a living off of his catchphrase.
He's made a living off of it. But speaking of The Rock, something else was announced on SmackDown tonight I thought was worth mentioning here. Could also go into the gaming section or whatnot, but it's not. They announced that WWE 2K26, it's coming out obviously probably in March. We don't know the release date yet, but the official promotion has now officially begun as we are officially getting an Attitude Era edition, which will feature obviously The Rock, Stone Cold, Triple H, The Undertaker, all those stars from back in those days. So there's obviously usually with the WWE 2K games, multiple different editions that come out with the base game. And the rumor has it probably next week will be revealed that CM Punk will be the cover star for the game. Are you guys excited about WWE 2K26? Obviously, with the Attitude Era stuff, we might be getting like some showcase stuff with the Attitude Era involved, which could be a lot of fun. I mean, I know a lot of people are big fan of the Attitude Era.
Like, it's been 13 years since WWE put a game out with like that as a focus. Like, so at least the last time I remember that being a focus was WWE 13. Which, oddly enough,
had Punk on the cover.
CM Punk had on the cover of it.
Yeah, and I can see, I can see him. Yeah,
I would love a story mode.
Perfect embodiment of the Attitude Era during right now. I feel like.
Yeah.
I would love a story mode of playing through the Attitude Era and dealing with like the backstage politics in the story. You know, the whole brass ring thing. And you having to have a breakout moment to become a star is by whether that's a promo, whether that's a match, you know what I mean? Like that
could be fun.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I mean, obviously with CM Punk being on the cover, the stuff I've been hearing about the game so far, none of this is 100% confirmed, but a lot of it is, I guess. But they're talking about CM Punk being on the cover. AJ Lee obviously will probably be added to the game this year. CM Punk will probably have some sort of story mode. They're talking about maybe doing a lot of matches from his career, plus maybe even some what-if matches had he not left WWE back in like 10 years ago, maybe like against Stone Cold Steve Austin or some of those guys he never got a chance to wrestle with.
How is AJ Lee not in the game already?
She wasn't contracted with WWE till last year.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
This will be based off of last year's rosters.
Probably, and she may be a DLC this year. We don't know quite yet. But with the Attitude Era stuff,
I could see her as DLC for this year's.
Guys like Aleister Black was added last year, but guys like Rusev or Powerhouse Hobbs, or if Jericho were to return, DLC type of situation. There's obviously now talk, too, that this game will hold 400 wrestlers and 200 call slots. create a superstar slot, so you could have up to 600. And of course, if you mod, you could have up to like 400 more, which would be like over 1,000.
That's insane.
It's insane. But yeah, just base game alone is 400 plus at this point. Last year was about 393, I think. So they're going up a little bit more. Obviously, there's going to be some wrestlers
being like 80 stars, and people.
I know.
Like, oh my god, that's a lot.
That's why to me these games are very interesting now, because like you can almost sky is the limit, especially if you're into modding on your PC. And even if you're not, just create a great creation suite with the 200 plus creative superstars. That's 600 guys and ladies on this game, just from that alone. So if you really want to put in the effort, you know what I mean. So
I still have to finish the rest of ours, like, and they were all turning out really good, and I got a couple of ones I made up for the fill out the roster. And
this game comes out, Miranda, I'll never see you again.
Like, it takes me so fucking long to create a superstar.
But you go into such detail with it, you know?
Yeah.
I'm one of those guys who just goes on the create suite. All right, I like that one. I'm gonna download it. You know, no big deal.
No, but I do it from scratch. Like, I'll have Miranda sitting here. I'll change an outfit or a look of a guy like 5 or 6 times, and ask her input every fucking time.
How's this one look? Looks great, babe. Do you ever say it looks bad? Like you need a way to work on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She doesn't like it. So good at that where I can just. I crank out so much so quick, it felt like.
Last year I started to practice because I was new to modding and stuff on my PC and stuff, so I'm trying to get like up to speed. Maybe this year I'm hoping maybe I'll get more into it. Last year I had a big learning curve. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a little bit of learning, but now that I think I know a little more about it, so I'm hoping maybe this year will be the year. But we'll wait. And a lot of things they're talking like bringing back the Inferno match, stuff like that dumpster match. I think will be added this year as the talk. You'll be able to stack tables. They're introducing a shopping cart as a weapon. Lot of different stuff coming out around here, but so yeah, there's a lot of different rumors and stuff, but maybe a better reversal system I've heard as well. So we'll have to see how that goes, maybe, and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, a lot of stuff coming out for the game probably within the next few weeks, especially around Royal Rumble season. It's about the time it all starts to really come out. So look forward to next week. Maybe we'll get some like cover,
and we get those iconic entrance songs and shit too from back in the.
Well, that's why I wanted to mod so much, because with modding you can put any music you want in the game completely. Like there's no restraints, so that's why I wanted it. Because you know me, I've told you for years I've been wanting to just give me a game where I can put my own music in there, and I get it, copyrights and stuff like that. But obviously, as long as you don't share it online, I don't see why it was a problem. But
you used to be able to do that. It was either it's one of the SmackDown games. I can't remember which one it is, but like I remember it was on PlayStation 3 because you were able to download music to your PlayStation, like rip it from a CD or whatever and put it on.
You can do that on Xbox.
And then you can fucking pick that as entrance music in the game.
Yeah, I tried to do that on my 360 back in the day. I could never get that to work right.
Well, then there was also rumors that potentially they may have done a deal where they might have a deal with like Spotify to where you're able to, you were able to do that anyway, but it might be more integrated possibly to where you don't have to like sync it like like you had to do before. So it might just pop up in the game the way it's supposed to. So I don't know, but that's still rumor at this point. But yeah,
what about being segregated? I mean, integrated. I mean,
I know with the ability to do the Titantrons, like you can make custom Titantrons and shit now too. So like when you create a wrestler, like you can literally, so like the entrance music is a part of that. Like that's the only thing, and again, probably copyright issues are why they can't do that. But if it's not going online, then it shouldn't matter. But
they do have a great function on the last game to where if you're streaming the game or whatever, you have the ability to turn off the music mode, so that way you don't get copyright struck on your YouTube or whatever. So that was always.
But if you can do that, you can also have copyright-free music.
Yeah, exactly. So
like if you can't import music, then why not give us a selection of free copyright-free music?
Right. Yeah, well, that's kind of modding. I don't have to worry about it. I just don't put my stuff online with it. I just, put in my music, and they got certain ways now you can integrate it into the game where it works just like it's supposed to. And I loved it. But yeah, I need to get involved with it and actually get it all set up and done. But I'm hoping this is the year for sure. All right, so you guys ready to get into the movie section? We outside of the program.
I cannot wait for this movie section.
Oh yeah, well, these are two I think Matt would definitely be into. So
I'm into one of these.
Well, I think you're going to be into both of them, to be quite honest. But anyway, all right, let's get into it. Here you go.
Eric, how did you hear me?
What do you mean, how did I hear you?
My mic was muted.
Well, you came through. That's all I know.
Okay, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're having all sorts of weird mic issues tonight.
Yeah, I need to figure out my microphone.
I mean, it sounds fine, so don't worry about it.
I am on my new phone tonight, so if people can hear me a little more clear, that's probably why.
That may be why it's a little different to me tonight. So we'll work the kinks on it. You sound okay at the moment. So
okay. Well, I'm working on getting a pod mic anyway. So
nice. Yeah, move it up in the world. Sweet. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll work on it. So tonight, movie news. I got a couple trailers I wanted to talk about, and of course, rapid fire as always. So the first trailer came out this week that I wanted to discuss is, I don't know about you, but I know as a kid, I loved He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
This is the one.
And apparently we've got a new movie coming out, a rebooted movie for sure for Masters of the Universe. So the first trailer came out. I thought we'd check it out and take a look at it. So here you go. Eventually. Go. There you go.
All that stuff that only exists in legends and bedtime stories. Talking tigers, spaceships, and magic swords that can make a man as mighty as a god. Where I come from, that stuff is real. Why did you send me away?
I wanted you to be safe. So I sent you to a place I knew that they'd never find you. There's
this obsession with nerd stuff and sword things. It's not a good look for human resources.
I know it sounds crazy, but that sword is gonna show me the way home.
Sir, you can't do that.
Don't worry. The sword's mine.
Hang on, it's about to get weird.
I love the way Eternia looks, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
What am I supposed to do? Take the sword and protect them.
There we go.
I have the power!
Okay, I'm sorry. That's dope. Remember, June 5th is when Masters of the Universe comes out.
Remember.
And until we meet again. No, anyway. So, but no, I mean, yeah, obviously, most of us grew up with Masters of the Universe as a kid back in the 80s, or at least that's
a bit before my time.
Me and Brandon did, for sure.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, the only thing when I first saw this, I don't know what I really cared for was the fact that we've got this whole, well, he's on Earth now and he's got to go back to Eternia. But it sounds like it ties into the story where his mother sent him there to stay away from him. Yeah, I mean, but there, a lot of people were just saying, I don't remember as much about the cartoon, but a lot of people were saying it actually ties into some of the story plot that goes with it actually a little bit. Maybe not the cartoon version, but some of the other versions they've done. Like, so if that's the case, it may work out fine. So I'm not too upset about it. It looks like it's going to be at least 70% or more in Eternia. So if that's the case, I can handle the little bit it might be on Earth. But I'm definitely getting, I don't know about you, Thor, Love and Thunder, Thor Ragnarok vibes with this.
Yeah.
And it's even got Idris Elba, Idris Elba in it as Man at Arms.
Man at Arms. Yep.
Yeah. So
I was gonna say like a 1980s kind of vibe to the movie.
Well, obviously
it looks really good.
In the 80s. So yeah. So I mean,
Skeletor looks really amazing. Good,
yeah. Skeletor looks dope.
The only thing about Skeletor, is don't tell the world that this is Jared Leto.
Wait, is it really?
Yes, but here's the thing: you're not even going to know it's him.
No,
I didn't. If you didn't say anything, I would not have known.
Finally, a Jared Leto villain that the world could actually get behind.
But the only reason you don't want the world to know this is because it seems like every movie he's in tanks.
It's such ass.
Yeah.
So let's hope that this is not one of those, because I think this has potential.
I'll go see it.
Just based on everything I'm seeing here, and of course, Castle
I mean, it
Grayskull
looks interesting
great.
enough for me.
I mean,
I would go see this movie.
The costume design is on point. It's exactly like the old animated show. I mean,
when they got it like a real close up, I'm like, oh yeah, there's Castle Grayskull.
Yeah. I mean, the sword looks great.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I have the power. You know, I mean, this is all.
I was waiting for that. I'm like, oh, when's he gonna say it? When's he gonna say it? Say the line. Say the line.
Now, obviously, the one thing that got criticism heavily was this shot of him on Earth at his office job.
Oh, come on. Throw the critics out. Come on.
Here. Now, look. Normally, I would rip on this real bad, okay? But listen, this is He-Man. So I think they're playing this as a gag, okay? And from the reports I've heard, is they're going to rip on the political correctness of this. So if that's the case, bring it on, okay? So
but Eric,
to be completely honest,
2026.
I didn't even notice that the first time through the trailer. I didn't even notice it through the trailer.
You didn't even catch it. But okay, well, I mean, and again, it's such a small little clip in the trailer, but obviously keen-eyed critics definitely saw this and said, oh no, they're going to do this with it. And they very well still could do that, but I don't think they're going to. It just sounds like since he's called He-Man, I think they're having a play on words here. You know what I mean? So
what's the difference if he does do it? I still doesn't ruin the movie.
It would have been funny though.
Yeah.
It would have been funny though if the other side did say "man," like that would have just been
right.
funny.
Well, maybe it will by the end of the movie. We don't know, but anyway, I don't know for sure. But yeah, I definitely think outside of that one little spot there, I think it has a great potential. Like you said, Skeletor and He-Man, they look the part for sure. A lot of people were kind of concerned maybe the actor playing He-Man didn't quite look bulky enough when he transforms or whatnot. But I think he looks fine. I think it's going to be okay as long as they depict the powers and everything. Exactly.
You're basing this on a cartoon.
Yeah, well, mostly. And there wasn't 87.
You can do that with.
1987.
Yeah,
there
but
was
you got Arnold Schwarzenegger to play him.
Was it him?
Was it, or was it Dolph Lundgren?
I think it was Dolph Lundgren.
That's Dolph Lundgren, buddy.
Maybe for sure, but yeah, definitely an old version.
That's how unfamiliar with the property I am. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Usually I know my movie stuff.
No,
yeah,
I got confused with Conan, which.
Well, yes, Arnold did play Conan.
Schwarzenegger did play Conan.
Was He-Man.
First 1987. I'm gonna double check here. I think you're right. It is Dolph Lundgren. Yes, and Frank Langella. I think you say he played Skeletor in the movie. So, but yeah, I've not seen that movie probably since I was a kid. So
I haven't seen it since I was a kid. But
and Mike also said Masters of the Universe was must-see after-school television for him.
Oh,
in the cartoon, only Man at Arms, the Sorceress, and Orko. No Orko in this trailer.
For me, it was Boomerang at like 2:00 in the morning. Masters of the Universe was on, and when I was a kid, I used to watch it all the time. Well, like 2:00 in the morning when I was getting ready for school.
I'm surprised considering a lot of kids your age probably look at this and say, "Oh, this is old cartoons." No one
No,
cares.
it looks good.
I grew up on.
Yeah, there's not a shot of the sorceress here, but the sorceress is on point too, based on the cartoon as well. So, yeah, just everything looks. When it's in Eternia, looks great. I'm a little concerned about the Earth stuff, but if it's why did you send me here? I came here, I found my sword, now we're going back to Eternia. Fine.
You got to start somewhere, Eric.
I get it, and it's for people who
I
don't know
hope
the
they
property.
just give us the meme.
What the what?
I want the Adam Glenn meme.
The Adam Glenn meme.
Yeah.
What's the meme? I don't know. I know. Obviously,
the one where like sings, the singing thing.
Oh yeah. You're right.
I want to see that.
Well, see, that's the thing. A lot of people. Well, then a lot of people feel like in order to do this, there's two sides to this. Some people online feel like if you do this properly, you've got to do it with a more serious tone. Some people feel like if you're going to do it properly, you need to do it more like the cartoon, where it's a little more jokes and a little less serious. So maybe, hopefully, it'll be a blend of both, and maybe you can make both sides happy. But it's going to be a difficult task to see.
Like we said, it was giving off like Ragnarok and Love and Thunder vibes. I hope it's more Ragnarok.
Me too.
Love and Thunder.
Love and Thunder was a little now, like Brandon mentioned a few weeks ago. Love and Thunder is not terrible in my opinion either, but it is definitely more on the hammy side of the jokes than more fun and clever like Ragnarok was. I'm hoping it's more along that.
Yeah, I feel like it was like a good foot across the line too far.
Yeah, I thought, especially with the screaming goats. Outside of when the screaming goats landed face first into the moon, I thought was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
That was funny. But yeah, but some of it was a little out there for sure. Mike said the only 3 people knew who Adam was He-Man. Only those 3 people.
Yeah.
Man at Arms, the Sorceress, and Orko. Looks like Tila, Man at Arms, and the cat. I can't remember that cat. Battle Cat, obviously, at one point before.
Battle Cat.
But
Battle
for sure,
Cat was legit.
But yeah, I don't know if the sorceress is in the movie, but I don't know if she knows or not. She probably does. Orko, I'll be interested to see if it's in this movie or not. Because again, they wasn't in the trailer. But we'll see if that ends up being in this or not. But
Eric, you remember when I know this is kind of a reach here, but do you remember when Phantom Menace came out, the trailer for Phantom Menace?
Uh-huh.
And everyone goes, "Oh, that movie looks like shit, man."
Are you kidding me? That first. Oh, the poster was really.
But the critics were always like that. Don't pay attention to the little crappy details because you don't know. They're putting that in that trailer to troll you.
Oh, the he/him stuff.
Yeah,
potentially.
So that you won't go see. And let me tell you something. That trailer movie actually looks good.
Yeah. Well, time will tell about the he/him thing, whether or not it's probably just a 1 second, like I said, gag.
Let me tell you something. I watched a movie that I thought was garbage earlier, and you're gonna boo me for saying this.
Oh no!
I thought Sonic was garbage.
The first one?
All right.
The first one.
No, I think all 3 are pretty decent, but it could have been a lot worse. You got to admit that.
Keanu Reeves as Shadow in the third one.
But then again, Matt didn't like the Super Mario Brothers movie, so I don't know if I can take his.
Did not like
that one was enjoyable.
That was very good in my opinion. So yeah, but anyway.
No one said Matt had taste.
I mean, that may be. We'll have to wait and see. We'll see what he thinks about this. Speaking of Star Wars, the next trailer I wanted to talk about here is the trailer for the upcoming Star Wars animated series, Maul Shadow Lord. We got the first official trailer for it, as well as the release date, which is April 6th.
I've not seen this yet. So
okay, well, Matt's a big fan of the Clone Wars and the Star Wars stuff. So obviously, if you've just seen the Star Wars movies, spoiler alert: Darth Maul lived after Episode 1. Everybody in canon. Clone Wars.
That's not a spoiler beyond this. Everyone's seen Solo, so it's not a spoiler.
Well,
I
don't know about that. When Solo came out, Mike sent me a text. Why is Darth Maul in this? he was like, "Where does this take place in the timeline?" I said, "Right, right where it was." But yeah, because Darth Maul come back in the Clone Wars. He ended up doing some stuff with the Underworld, which we're going to see in this trailer.
Oh my God!
And he ended up in Solo, and then of course Rebels. He fought Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Talk about coming from nothing.
So anyway, this is Darth Maul. After the Clone Wars, after Order 66, the Jedi have fallen, and he's in the Underworld working with all the bounty hunters and villains. So he's going to have himself a little bit of an apprentice. So here you go.
Times have changed. I will show you the galaxy for what it truly is. See things from a new perspective.
Is this what our future holds? Always running.
I love the animation.
To look more closely.
What are we dealing with?
Good question. And I offer you an opportunity.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maul.
We have all been made to suffer.
Is it your lot life?
Survive. But do not live.
Oh.
The Emperor wants you dead. Chains can be broken.
Hang on!
And empires can be shattered.
Woo! So there you go. Streaming April 6th on Disney Plus. You can check out I believe the season is 10 episodes long, and the series will start then and end on May the 4th, Star Wars Day. So it'll set up perfectly a few weeks before The Mandalorian and Grogu hits theaters. So yeah, Matt, thoughts? Look like you had to say something there.
I'm still on holy shit. First of all, I loved the trailer. It looks just as good as the trailer should look for this. I would liked it more if it was like a Rogue One style movie.
Okay.
And they could have maybe brought back an actor to play Darth Maul. Maybe recasted the actor. I don't know.
Well, this is the same voice actor who did it in Rebels and Clone Wars.
And it's totally fine being that. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you something.
Fine, it's perfect.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I'm saying. It's perfect. I'm not criticizing it at all.
Matt, you do realize that in the finale of the Clone Wars, when he was on Mandalore and stuff, the fight sequence with Ahsoka, that Ray Park did come back and do the motion capture for the lightsaber fights, right?
I know. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, which is crazy, but
as far as the trailer goes, the show looks great. The movie it is a movie, right?
No, it's a series.
It's a series that makes it even better.
10 episodes.
10 episodes. The Clone Wars series was awesome. Mm-hmm. I love the Underworld series that came out. Mm-hmm. I thought the Underworld series was great too. I'm a big fan that Star Wars is kind of showing you. They've showed you the Empire. They've showed you the Rebels. It seems like Disney is kind of focusing on the third faction that a lot of people don't really talk about a lot, and that's the bounty hunters.
Well, and we're going to get probably more of the Crimson Dawn stuff that Solo Star Wars story hinted at. This is around the same time frame, a little before, I think, so we'll probably lead into that.
Solo introduced the world to the Pikes.
Well, the Pikes were in the Clone Wars and stuff too.
But when you, for people who did not watch the Clone Wars,
yeah,
it introduced you to the Pikes.
Right.
As far as Maul goes, though, and Crimson Dawn, him making his own criminal underworld, I'm very intrigued to see where we go with that.
Well, he kind of got that ball rolling for the most part at the end of the Clone Wars series. This takes place basically right after that. It kind of in a timeline falls after the Bad Batch, technically, but it's kind of at the same.
I was gonna say Kenobi time period.
It's right before Rebels and Kenobi.
Yeah,
I would say this is even before the Seeds of Mandalore.
As far as I understand, it takes place after that.
After
after Order 66.
This is after.
Remember, the trailer even said the Emperor wants him dead. That's because
fair.
Vader
Yeah,
is his new
yeah.
apprentice. So
That's fair.
I think that's a lot of I don't think you're going to see Vader versus Maul in this.
No.
Yeah, he was a big disappointment.
You're definitely not going to see Maul versus Obi-Wan again, because Obi-Wan at this point is on the run and in hiding.
No,
and Maul doesn't even know that Obi-Wan's alive until Rebels. So you got to remember that. He thinks he died in 66. So this will be more focused on Maul, his new apprentice, who is also kind of, I believe, ripped right out of the comics, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And some people even, I think the reports are even that George Lucas's original sequel trilogy had Darth Maul as the center main villain with his apprentice in those treatments, but was obviously not meant to be. So we're at least going to get some of that kind of retcon into this particular series here. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. So I guess at least seems like, yeah.
And that would check because Filoni was a direct underling of Lucas.
And obviously, this is the animation for Clone Wars type style has come a long way since 2008, since that original Clone Wars movie. The Clone Wars, Rebels, this, Bad Batch, it's some of the best animation you're going to see. It's a great stuff. I highly recommend it. And I know a lot of people just want to watch the movies, and that's fine. But there's some of the best Star Wars stuff, if you're a Star Wars fan, is in this supplemental material in the animated series. So I highly recommend it. So I know some people like
you're not an acolyte. I can tell you that.
But you can definitely tell this is more Clone Wars style than Rebels just by the lightsabers.
Yeah. Rebels had a particular.
It didn't look as thin.
Well, Rebels had a particular look. It was modeled after the original Ralph McQuarrie drawings for the original episodes. So always looked a little different. That's what they were going off of for Rebels.
Oh yeah, they were more thin and more pointed.
Right. And those original concept arts is kind of that's why they look there. But yeah, this is.
I like Rebels design.
Oh yeah, the worst animated show they did was Resistance. That show lasted only like
I haven't even
small seasons.
I didn't watch it. Didn't care for it.
It's not good. It's not. It's very young for kids.
Why don't we just call them the Rebels? Why did we have to change it?
Because the Rebels were a thing of the past. They had to do something new. It is Disney after all.
Oh,
I see your point. Yeah, for sure. But all right.
I mean, essentially, it was just another. Resistance is another way to say Rebels.
Yeah, because the First Order is totally intimidating.
Well, the First Order was the remnants of the old Empire. Let's be honest. After the Thrawn stuff, which I hope we get
during the Mandalorian stuff and Book of Boba Fett.
You might get your Thrawn answer at the end of Ahsoka.
We'll have to wait and see.
You were seeing like the build up to the First Order during.
I think based on everything we're hearing with Filoni taking over at Lucasfilm now, the Thrawn stuff is highly contingent on how well Ahsoka and the Mandalorian and Grogu does, because it all takes place in the same timeline. If it doesn't go well, we may end up not getting. And that's going to suck if that's the case, because they've set it up. You at least need to tie up the loose end. I really wish now that Filoni is back in charge, they'd go back and complete all the Clone Wars stuff that they didn't finish. They did the finale the way they wanted to do it, but there's still so many unfinished episodes they never got finished done after Disney took over. I'd like to see that maybe happen, Dave, if you're listening. Fingers crossed. But there's so much stuff there about Boba Fett and Mother Talzin and freaking Asajj Ventress that the comics just doesn't do it justice.
They kind of enlighten.
A little. I mean, there's some ways of finding out through books and stuff.
I mean, we know how Boba Fett ended up. We don't need. The only way I will accept more Boba Fett is if he's in the Mandalorian movie for just 20 minutes and that's it.
Well, here's the thing about Boba. In the Book of Boba Fett show, they showed that whole thing with Cad Bane. That is literally a continuation of the unfinished episodes in Clone Wars where Cad Bane trained him. And they never did it.
Straight to the end.
So it feels completely out of place to not have that finished. You know what I mean? You're only getting the second half of the story.
We haven't finished. We don't have what happened in between.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. But yeah, so I don't know. That's just my hope for it. But we'll move on from this because I know not everybody's into the Star Wars stuff. But definitely a good show to look forward to. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun leading into the Mandalorian and Grogu coming up this summer. So Mike said in the chat, he said, what was one cartoon that was must see for each of you? Your day or Saturday morning wasn't complete without it.
The Roadrunner, One of the Coyotes.
Garfield and Friends.
Good one, Miranda. I like that one. What was yours, Matt?
Wile E. the Coyote and the Roadrunner.
Just Looney Tunes in general, or just that one in particular?
That one in particular.
Okay.
Oh,
Mine
Pokemon.
probably. I mean, I had a bunch, but Ninja Turtles in the '80s for me were. I had all the cassettes, all the stories, and had the comic books. Brandon's thinking hard over there.
Man, I gotta say it was probably either Street Sharks,
yeah,
or Biker Mice from Mars were my two favorites. That like I had to watch both of those.
I mean, obviously, I had a bunch from Darkwing Duck, DuckTales to I mean, there's a slew of them.
All that came
Chip
on
and Dale's
when I got
Rescue
home
Rangers.
from school. Yeah. When I got home from
Power
school on
Rangers.
Nickelodeon, that shit would be
Power
on,
Rangers.
and I'd watch that shit then. Yeah.
The first 2 or 3 seasons of Power Rangers. After that, just went a little too far for me, and I don't know.
What are you talking about? It was good. It was good up until space.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen much after that.
Like
My ritual.
Pretty much anything that had Tommy in it is really good.
Yeah, Tommy was always great.
Pretty much, that's all you need about Power Rangers.
Rest in peace, JDF.
My ritual when I would get up for school, because I get up early enough to watch Transformers Beast Wars.
Oh,
that's another good one. Which was
every
cutting edge at the time.
Yeah.
You go back and watch it now, it looks terrible.
It is terrible.
But it looked at the time, it was like, whoa, this is all computer generated.
Dude, that's why I actually got excited when the newest Transformers movies was Beast Wars. I'm like, Rise of the Beast, yes.
And then they didn't do much at all with the Beast. It's like, oh man.
No.
That's how it ended. Reboot.
Yeah, we might. Yeah, well, I didn't have this in my rapid fire, but the actor who ended up being recruited by G.I. Joe at the end, I can't remember the name of the guy, but he's literally now asking fans to, contact, do the best they can, like start a movement to get the G.I. Joe Transformer crossover to happen, because Paramount apparently is kind of waffling on it, apparently, which is stupid, because they're going to go back to Michael Bay, and it's like, he already ruined it. Like, stop.
You don't need more Michael Bay in
No, I'm done with him. But yeah, unfortunately,
whoever did Bumblebee, who directed Bumblebee?
Yes, let's elaborate on
Travis Knight. Travis Knight, by the way, who directed Bumblebee, incidentally, is also the director of Masters of the Universe that we just watched.
Huh?
So
that's
there you go.
Good.
Really?
Like, legit,
yes.
Bumblebee coming out of that whole Michael Bay phase of Transformers, which fucking pissed me off, because like Transformers are dope. Anyway.
Yeah, the cartoon.
Bumblebee was that movie. Bumblebee was like that's what a Transformer movie should have been.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Especially the first 20 minutes on Cybertron. I'd watch a whole movie on Cybertron. It costs way too much to make, but I'd love it. But that's the only reason we ain't getting it, I'm telling you. But you do a whole CGI movie like that, take my money. But yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Mike said my weekly afternoon cartoons on Channel 4. Channel 4 for me too. Wasn't complete without a Don's Guns commercial. Yeah, I remember him sending me some stuff about Don's Gun.
My favorite plot hole in Transformers, I'm sorry, this is movie related,
that's fine,
is the fact that Michael Bay the twins in the second movie just disappeared.
Oh my god, the twins. Yeah.
What are they, the ones who had that? No, they ain't the ones who had testicles, were they?
That
was Devastator, and that was beautiful.
No, it wasn't. It was stupid.
Yeah, it wasn't Devastator.
Twins were in Dark Side of the Moon.
I don't remember.
I honestly don't remember. That movie sucked ass too.
It was after 3 that they had left.
Yeah,
I honestly don't remember much about the Transformers.
Ironhide. I was done after that. I was like,
the first film is great. The first film is good, and then Bumblebee's good. The rest of them you can take or leave with me. To be honest,
it was hard to watch the rest of that movie without Ironhide.
I was kind of hoping they do Bumblebee as a reboot and move
you
on.
don't kill off Ironhide. That's the dumb one to kill off.
He did. They kind of did. Bumblebee in the newest, the Rise of the Beast. That's a sequel to Bumblebee.
That's kind of the way I view it. Yeah.
Bumblebee showed up.
Yeah.
When Bumblebee showed up and started whooping ass, I was like, yeah.
That was pretty dope. That was pretty dope.
Put the shiesty on.
Yeah, I don't mind Rise of the Beast or whatever it was called, but
that was really good.
I just don't know if they're going to do any more.
Yeah, and don't put Mark Wahlberg in another one.
No, I don't think you need to do that either necessarily. I mean,
what are you kidding me? Like that's the only good things of the post.
Well, I will say he is probably one of the better things.
There's not a bad.
We're going back to the Shia LaBeouf and Megan Fox, son.
Look, Shia LaBeouf is an underrated actor, and I'm dying on that hill.
If he just stopped plagiarizing, he might be all right. But
yeah,
he's been kind of.
We don't let him write his stuff.
We had to find somebody that killed Indiana Jones.
Yeah, he didn't kill him.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Shia didn't kill that movie. Freaking, I don't know. The writing killed that movie.
Anyway. Yes.
And I didn't hate that.
I still to this day have yet to see Dial of Destiny.
Dial of Destiny wasn't bad.
I haven't seen it.
The first 20-25 minutes is really good.
Yeah.
After that, when they go back
to
it died.
For some fucking reason.
If you'd have done a whole movie if you'd have done a whole movie of de-age Harrison Ford like you do in the first 20-25 minutes, I'd have watched it.
I probably could have got behind that, but I know, like, I just want to get to old Harrison Ford. I want to get to the current day adventure. Come on.
Well, they do plenty of that.
Much setup for it.
My favorite scene in that movie is when they're getting ready to hang him, and they ask him to tell a story, and he goes, "Yeah, there was 3 German guys that followed this like." It
was pretty fun for sure. All right, let's keep things moving along here. Let's get into some rapid fire. Here we go.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, a few little tidbits I wanted to talk about here real quick, and we'll move on from movies for sure. I know a couple weeks ago or whatever, or last time Damon, maybe it was on the show last week, I can't remember. But Damon mentioned he didn't know about the Legend of Zelda being a live action. So here's some of the pictures they've released so far of it. And the report now is that following its theatrical release in 2027, Legend of Zelda will be exclusively streamed on Netflix. So if you're
that's unfortunate.
So, well, I mean, go see it in the theater then. I mean, what do you want? I mean, I don't know.
Netflix was the Jake Paul fight, man.
Well, yeah, but
it's forever. It's forever known.
It looks really weird to me, man. I don't know. This looks like AI produced.
I mean, I think the bottom picture looks pretty good. I mean, the top one, I mean, the kid looks good. I don't know. It's got this.
Definitely gives me AI vibes.
Oh, really? Maybe so.
It's that top part that gets. I don't know. It's the hair.
Yeah,
the hair looks fake on him.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would have preferred an animated movie. I think because I think it would have gone well with the Mario movie and Donkey Kong, whatever we're gonna do.
Nintendo could have done a Marvel Avengers style with like a Super Smash Brothers kind of style movie or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was hoping for Super Smash Brothers.
Right, that shit itself.
Well, I mean, it still could happen. Maybe Zelda, these two walking through a portal and they become animated or something. I don't know. I mean, you never know. I mean, Mario stuff is weird. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Mike said in the chat, South Park was spot on with its expose of what happened to Indiana Jones.
Yes, it was.
That poor Stormtrooper for sure. But no, I mean, I didn't hate Crystal Skull. Dial of Destiny, I can kind of take or leave, but that's just.
I didn't mind Crystal Skull.
I didn't mind the Dial of Destiny.
I mean, it's okay, I guess. It's not, but nothing's going to top the original 3 for sure. But yeah, so if you
nothing tops the 3.
Apparently, the successor for Bob Iger over at the CEO at Disney will be announced next month.
Is it the mouse?
Is it what?
Is it the mouse? Is that his successor?
Probably.
No, the mouse.
Well, you got to remember Bob Iger stepped down and let I think it was Bob Chapek run Disney for a while, and that ended up not working so well.
That mouse killed more directors than anyone.
Yeah, and Bob Iger had to come back, and it didn't go. I mean, it's kind of not been great either.
Bob Iger.
So we'll see if who that ends up being probably sometime next month to see who's going to be running Disney moving forward. We got our first look at Fire Mario and Fire Luigi and the upcoming Super Mario Galaxy movie. So that's your first official look outside of the little trailer they've already released. So yeah, that movie's only 2 months away at this point, almost. So yeah, it's gonna be here before you know it, guys. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Also, I just had a very dark thought.
What's that?
They haven't named Iger's successor yet, has he?
No, not yet. Next month.
Oh God.
What do you think? Oh, don't tell me it's Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh no.
It better not be. I share your dread.
Why did I have to have that thought?
I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's too perfect of timing.
I mean, you might be right. That's very interesting for sure.
I feel like that outside her retirement, that would be the only reason she would leave Lucasfilm.
I mean, she wants to produce, they say, but yeah, you may not be wrong on that. So
she can produce as the head of Disney.
Yeah, exactly. We also got the first poster for the Muppet Show revival. This is a one-off show here that they're going to be putting on Disney Plus on February 4th on ABC, as a matter of fact. But the goal is to greenlight a new season of this if it is successful. I know Mike in the chat is a big fan of the Muppets, so I thought that I'd bring this up here for him.
I like the Muppets.
I'm down.
So, yeah. I mean, there is a trailer. There is a minute and a half trailer for this online as well, but I didn't think I didn't know if many people would care about it on the show. If I did, I'd have brought it up. But maybe the next one we'll bring it up then.
Who's the human in the show?
Well, Seth Rogen's on the bottom. I think.
Okay, that's who I was. Who's next to Kermit? I guess is a better question.
I'm not sure if that's Sabrina Carpenter, but she will guest star on the show. So, but anyway, I'm not sure who all the humans are.
Muppets.
Yeah, who knew? Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how that goes. If it's successful, maybe they'll get a whole new season. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I know Mike might be interested. This one that kind of came out of nowhere for me. We've been talking about the Wonder Man series on Disney Plus for Marvel Studios and how I think that the show looks absolutely atrocious and awful. But apparently the reviews for the series has now come out since the series comes out on Disney Plus next week. And according to Rotten Tomatoes, it's still early, but it is holding a 90% on Rotten Tomatoes. Critics are loving this.
Oh boy.
So now granted, because critics like it doesn't mean the audience will. But
it's almost guaranteed they'll hate it if the critics love it this much.
Yeah, but I mean, Marvel Studios must have at least a little bit of confidence in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have released the reviews this early. They'd have waited.
I mean, they brought back Travis Slattery.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Kingsley and Yahya Abdul-Mateen or whatever his name is, they're both really solid actors. So, I mean, that's got that going for it.
It's got me, like, just the fact that they brought back Kingsley and the character of Travis. It's like, I haven't seen him in a long time. What's
exactly? I mean, Shang-Chi was the last time we saw him. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, and I will watch it.
Was he?
Yeah, he was in Shang-Chi. Yeah, he had a big role in Shang-Chi. Don't remember that?
Oh, that's right. He did. Okay, never mind. It's been a while since I saw that movie.
After he was jailed in Iron Man 3 by the real Mandarin.
He was with my dad.
Exactly. So
with like the pig butt face thing.
Yeah, that was a little weird, but it was kind of funny. But so yeah, I mean, I guess this is a good sign for Marvel Studios, at least to kick off the year with something good. So hopefully, I mean, I'll check it out, but I'm not super enthused yet until I see more. But it's a good news there for sure. We got a little bit of news for the new Superman sequel, Man of Tomorrow. Apparently, the movie will introduce Maxima as a character in the film. I don't know much about. Brandon, do you have any idea who Maxima is? I know you're more of the comic fan than I am. This is more. I think this is kind of a outer space type character. I think in the Superman lore, maybe. But like I said, I'm not so sure. I think you're muted still, but yeah. But yeah.
I guess you may treat it like you do Silver Surfer, where Maxima is more like the emissary for Brainiac, I'm assuming.
Okay, I can see that.
That's what I was thinking, just by the image in the background behind her. I'm like, that looks like a Brainiac rendition.
Yeah, Brainiac is the villain of the film. I think they talked about maybe there'd be a supplemental villain, so this could be her. And of course, Lex Luthor and Superman will have to fight each other, but they'll also be teaming up against a greater threat, which is probably Brainiac. So because Superman will need Lex Luthor's brains to defeat him, I'm sure. And we're going to see Lex Luthor in the mech suit for the first time on film as well. So this has got a lot of potential, in my opinion. I can't wait to see more from it after the filming starts shooting in April. We also got our first little teaser of Lobo with Jason Momoa. Got a new character poster out for him, as you can see here, as they released a small, tiny, like 30-second little teaser of just him riding around on his motorcycle and stuff like that, which gave us a better look at him and his makeup and all this other good stuff. So, I mean, he's definitely jived to play this role, no doubt about it. So I'm looking forward to see what he ends up doing with this. But I'm looking forward to Superman and all the stuff in DC in general.
Now be his second DC character too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is the one he more wanted to play than Aquaman anyway. He just fits that mold more, I think, than the Aquaman character for sure. But we also got confirmation from James Gunn that the Dynamic Duo movie that we talked about here a little while back about how it's a hybrid animation / puppet type film with Dick Grayson, and I believe might be one of the other Robins as well. It has officially now been confirmed it will not be a part of the DCU. It'll be like an Elseworlds thing. So this won't have anything to do with the Robins in the upcoming DCU with the Superman and everything they're doing there. So James Gunn confirmed here. Somebody asked him on X whether or not the Dynamic Duo is being rewritten as a part of the DCU, and he said nope. So this is definitely going to be separate and stepped apart from some of the stuff that he's doing there with Superman for sure. But speaking of that, the Robin and the Batman of the DCU is still on its way, and we now have the writer of the film, Christina Hodson. Now, Christina Hodson is known for writing The Flash, Birds of Prey, and the aforementioned Bumblebee we talked about earlier. So as much as I wasn't a big fan of Birds of Prey as much, or bits of The Flash, the Batman stuff in the Flash movie was good. And Bumblebee was obviously a good film. So take the good with the bad here, and we'll see what she ends up doing with this. And of course, Andy Muschietti, who directed The Flash as well.
I think it's finished.
You don't think it's good because of that?
I think it's over. It's time to reboot the DC again.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, Damon. I didn't see you come back in there, brother. Sorry about that. Do you have any thoughts on Christina Hodson writing the Batman Brave and the Bold film? If he's even there. Yeah, well, let us know if you are. Anyway, it's not like a dead feed there, but anyway. Yeah, that'll do it for that. What?
So Batman Brave and the Bold will not be part of the DC universe.
No, Batman Brave and the Bold will. Dynamic Duo won't. So as of right now, there's 3 Batman-related projects in production. The Batman Part 2, which I know you're looking forward to, will not be a part of the DCU. Neither will Dynamic Duo, the Dick Grayson Robin thing that they're doing with puppetry and animation. But Batman Brave and the Bold will be a part of the main universe.
You know, at first I was not happy that Robert Pattinson was not a part of that DC universe, but then I was kind of like, it's kind of okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. So
yeah, I think it'll survive.
He did. James Gunn also did say like this week that they don't want to release the Batman Brave and the Bold too close to the Batman Part 2. They want to kind of keep them separate a little bit. I get that. I also don't want to be waiting 10 years for the next Batman movie in the DCU either. But so they got to get on that at some point. So any other thoughts on movies? Sounds like some of you are ready to move on. So, yeah.
No, I mean, I thought the Mall movie show looks good. Hell, good enough. I might check it out, and I haven't really followed Star Wars like that.
I'm pretty excited for the Mall show.
If you're ever interested in the animated stuff that they're doing, like I said, I highly recommend the Clone Wars. But if you ever get into it, let me know, because if you watch them on streaming, they're out of order. Let me give you the correct order to watch them in.
Yeah, I'll give you the right order.
But Bad Batch, Darth Maul show, and Rebels, all worth watching, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
But you got to watch them in a certain order to get the narrative.
So. Yeah, I like the Bad Batch too. I don't give the Bad Batch enough credit for what it should, but
which really shouldn't have been as good as it was with all, I mean, they're just 4 or 5 characters spun off from the Clone Wars at the very end.
I was skeptical as hell going into it, and it was really good.
Yeah, it was very good. So always looking forward to more animation from Star Wars, no doubt about that. All righty. Well, let's get into the world of sports here. We got a few things to talk about outside of the national championship. So let's check it out. We'll be right back. Okay, let's get into the world of sports here. We got some coaching news and coaching carousel going on in the world of the NFL. The Bills have parted ways with Sean McDermott. This is a little surprising, but not fully surprising, with the fact that the last few years Josh Allen's been going to the playoffs and just can't get over that hump. So the coach is taking the fall on this one. Do you think that's the right move, right call?
Yes. It's always going to be the right move and right call, no matter what, because the quarterback isn't going anywhere. There's more money tied up in that quarterback than that head coach, and these coaches make a couple $1 million a contract, So it sucks, but you got to put the blame on somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if their general manager or anybody took a hit. I don't recall hearing about it, but they very well could.
No, in fact, their general manager got a quote-unquote promotion from them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
well. I forgot who made her. Someone responded. I forgot who it was, but it was like an old football coach. Kevin says, I don't know how you fire Sean McDermott and then also promote Bean at the same time.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
Brandon Bean. Yeah.
I'm like, wait. Not only did they get rid of their head coach, they promoted the general manager. What?
I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but the owner of the I think it was the owner of the Bills. I'm not positive of this, so don't hold me to this.
Okay.
Just took Keelan Cole's name.
Oh yeah, that was Pagula. That was the owner.
And
Interrupted the GM and
just threw him under the bus.
Under the bus.
Like he just took him and threw him directly under the moving bus.
Wow.
Yeah. Like it was like they had I forgot what day it was, but they had a press conference. It was the GM and the owner, and it was just not a good press conference at all.
No, there was definitely some bad blood going on there.
Like the only reason this job is any kind of appealing is solely for Josh Allen alone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
After that press conference, I don't know anyone in their right mind who would want to work with those two.
Apart from Josh Allen, I don't know anyone on that roster that's safe. And that's sad. Because
James Cook will be safe.
That's what I'm saying. That's sad because James Cook's had such a good season, and I'm not so sure he's safe, Eric.
I think he's safe because it's hard. It's hard to find good running backs.
Keon might request to get out of town, but
you can find a running back in the draft in
Not
3
like that.
seconds.
Yeah,
don't believe that.
Not as high as the
Running
draft
backs
pick
are
as they
not
have.
a dime a dozen, as they say.
Now the one thing the Bills need is make sure their offensive line's good, and then two, they need to get him some receivers that'll actually help him out.
They need to get him at receiver 1.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They've got the receiver 2 and 3s. They just don't have a true receiver 1.
No.
Yeah. Well, they might have another quarterback though, as Phillip Rivers interviewed for the head coaching job. So I don't know how this is ever going to. I mean, it might work. Who knows? But I don't see this. Thoughts?
No. I mean, they could though. It's not like it's unheard of.
No.
Saturday did it.
Didn't work too well.
I mean,
yeah.
But he already coaches, a high school team too. Like, I mean, he could.
I mean, who knows? I mean, crazier things. I mean, look at Mike Vrabel. He's coaching right now, former player. I mean, I'm not saying it won't work, but
if you want to do the insane Hail Mary thing, sure, Phillip Rivers will work fine.
Well, I mean, we don't know. I mean, like he said, he's got some. Now, Jeff Saturday had some coaching as well, and he went 1-8 with the Colts or whatever it was. Who knows? I mean, they're also saying Josh Allen's going to have a big, role in picking the new head coach as well, because obviously if they're building around Josh Allen, they've got to do something to get him over that hump, because it's not. I don't think it's really Josh Allen's fault.
Here's the thing, though, but it's not. I'm about to say, why are you blaming Josh Allen? Like, he did everything he could do. It was a close game. Like
well, I mean, he did turn.
Out.
I mean, he did turn the ball over like 3 or 4 times in that game. But again, how much of that is all on him, though? I mean, some of that is getting pressured and all that sort of stuff. You got to be able to keep him upright and all that sort of stuff. So
there were a couple times his receivers had good hands on the ball, yet that ball touched turf.
Yeah. So I mean, but it just sucks.
No, the four turnovers that's.
It just feels like the Bills are cursed ever since those 4 Super Bowls in a row. Bro, now they can't even get back to it.
The Bills have been cursed even before that. They lost the 4 in a row because they're cursed.
And I was rooting for them and Houston in a way, even though I don't like the AFC South team.
I wasn't.
Just because, well, I know because of New England.
Well,
but
I was rooting for Buffalo just so they had to play New England at home for the title game instead of playing in Denver.
Yeah, that's true. But no, I was just rooting for those.
I realized that halfway through the game. I'm like, oh wait, do I actually want Buffalo to win this? I do want Buffalo to win this. So we play at home. Shit.
I think you have a better shot at beating Denver, but we'll get to that in just a second. But other head coaching hires, we apparently Kevin Stefanski, the Browns, is now the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that will really work.
Well, here's the thing. Baker Mayfield used to play for the Browns. Baker Mayfield now plays the Falcons. Baker Mayfield now plays Kevin Stefanski twice a year. You think Baker Mayfield's forgot about this stuff? I don't think so.
Mr. Stefanski, who sent Baker Mayfield packing out of Cleveland.
All I know is if I choose to keep Bijan Robinson in our fantasy league, Kevin Stefanski better at least make sure he runs well. He better not be like, not run him like the last head coach or offensive coordinator did.
In your defense, Eric, the Browns run the ball a lot.
Yeah,
so you'll probably see more of that in Atlanta.
Well, that and Michael Penix Jr. I mean, Drake Leonard, they've got some core players there. So
Michael Penix Jr. will not be the quarterback in 2027 for the Falcons.
You mean this year or next year?
The year after this year.
So you think he'll play this year? Well, that may be.
He will start this year, and he will not start the next year.
I was going to say, if you don't think he's going to play this year, you want to make it interesting?
I think he's garbage.
He'll play this year. We'll see what he does. I thought he played well when he was healthy, but we'll see what happens there.
Steelers want another quarterback. There you go. That's a good one to get.
The Tennessee Titans also hired the 49ers defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh, as their next head coach. He gets a 5-year contract here. I think he head coached once before. Didn't quite go so well.
He coached the Jets.
Exactly. So let's hope it does not go so well here, too. Because as a Colts fan, we don't want anybody in the South doing well but us. But
Robert Saleh on the Titans
twice a year after their little stuff apparently this season.
Yeah.
There's some good storylines going into next season with these.
For sure. For sure.
But all right, I know I've been gone, but I'm gonna jump in here real quick. You saying you don't want anybody to be good but you guys.
I know.
That's like saying you want IU to go 16-0 with shitty teams. You can't be like that.
Well, I don't think you got to worry about that because the Texans and the Jaguars are not crappy no more. So
no, they're not.
Yeah, or at least well, they also the Texans and Jags also do this weird thing like they'll be good one year, you expect them to be good the next year, and then they stink. So
I've noticed that.
We'll see if they can be consistent.
The next couple are like real shit, and then all of a
sudden.
Then
again, the Colts have also done that as of late too, so I can't say too much.
It just seems like a divisional thing.
Yeah, it's a South thing, really. You're not wrong. But we also got head coaching hire for the Dolphins, Jeff Hafley. Did you say he was the defensive coordinator for the Packers, right?
Yes, former defensive coordinator for the Packers.
So he'll be heading up down there. We'll see if he gets.
I like that hire.
Yeah, what do you think? Well,
I thought that was a good hire for Miami.
Do you think they keep Tua?
No,
I'm more curious in what they do down with the quarterback than what they do with the coach.
Yeah, I am too, to be quite honest with you. And like Tyreek Hill would be another interesting one to see what happens there as well. Jalen Waddle, I think is safe, but the other one we'll have to wait to see how that goes.
Well, there's always retirement.
The Ravens have hired the Chargers offensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their head coach.
I do not understand.
Yeah, this one came out of left field for me.
Well, the Herbert and the Chargers have gone to the playoffs. So
let's not wait for John Shula's grandson nephew.
What?
Let's not wait for Shula's nephew in the playoffs right now.
Oh, well, who knows? That doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, I don't know.
This guy I think would be a shoe-in for a hire.
Well, maybe the Steelers will pick him up. They're busy interviewing Mike McCarthy. Trust me, you don't want that.
No, you don't.
I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. I don't make enough money to care.
You know what? Aaron Rodgers will stay at the first.
And to be honest, there's tons of interviews going around. Only thing that matters is when they hire a guy. Let's be honest.
Here's the question. If for whatever reason the Steelers do hire McCarthy, do you think Aaron stays for him?
I think he does. Sure.
He did play under him before. Right? Yeah.
It worked when they played together too.
Well, some of that could have just been young Aaron Rodgers. I mean, maybe. That might be a reason why they've been talking to him. I'm not gonna lie. So
they might see it as like, hey, Aaron, we'll bring in your old coach if you stay another year.
Depends on how well they liked each other after.
I would love it.
Telling you, Brandon, you want him to stay another year.
I do.
Here's another thing too with with Mike McCarthy. 2011, Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in that Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That would be kind of ironic.
You had to bring up that old chestnut, huh?
Wow.
Hey, I do believe I still have my cheese head somewhere in a closet from that game. So I'm not gonna lie, I bought it specific
Sorry,
because
I didn't mean to bring up the bad history there.
One of my other friends' wife was a Steelers fan at the time a little bit, and I had to wear it to rub it in. So, but anyway, so yeah, it was.
So I know you hate when I do this, but I sent something to the Facebook chat.
I don't hate when you do
that. Well, I mean, I just throw your show off.
Oh, I don't care.
It's about the Colts and Ursay.
I heard about this.
I heard about it. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, so
that's the first I'd seen it, and I was kind of shocked.
I hadn't pulled it up, but yeah, I'll pull it up here real quick. But yeah, apparently is it the federal government are looking into it?
The FBI.
The FBI are looking into the death of Jim Irsay. Apparently, it's under federal investigation due to the fact I think it had something to do along the lines of his doctor and the medication he was prescribing him, like opioids or whatever it might have been.
Yeah, I think it's kind of along the lines of what Michael Jackson and his doctor. That whole
and that's the thing.
Kind of just what I was getting the vibe from is like, we got another Michael Jackson.
Pain pills and ketamine as well.
Ketamine is what they're thinking, but if it's a doctor's fault again, guys, we've got an epidemic.
Oh yeah, we definitely have
fucking
epidemic.
doctors and
I don't think that's even a question at this point.
No, but they're all like that.
Doctors for so long.
And look, I know Aaron.
Right?
I know Aaron's not on the channel tonight, but he left a comment underneath that. He said, "Can anyone just die normally these days?" Apparently not. So yeah,
there's
I mean,
no money in that.
No, it's just sad news all the way around. So hopefully that'll all get worked out and it'll be looked into for sure. But yeah, it's just sad to hear, and I'm sure the Ursay's daughters probably again don't want to relive all that again. I'm sure, but
God, no.
But I mean, it's good to find out what happened here, and hopefully, that doesn't happen again. But you know how it's going to be. Like Miranda says, like we've had this problem for years with these doctors and stuff.
And I hope it's a wake up call to any other coach, any other player, any other person that is doing this, and it's coming from the doctor.
Yeah,
there are other ways, guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't like going to the doctor. I choose to try other things as much as I can. But now, obviously, if it gets so bad, there's no other option. But right now, things like that, I'd rather try, diet, exercise, healthier things, But yeah, for sure.
Sauerkraut.
Yeah, sauerkraut. But if worst comes to worst, I'll muscle it down.
Googled it, and I'm going to keep eating it. Like I'm going to eat it for breakfast in the morning.
I think I'd rather die of bubonic plague than sauerkraut.
Whoa!
Well, speaking of new head coaches, well, I guess their offensive coordinator, Mark Henry has now re-signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs' old offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy is now back with the Kansas City Chiefs. So
he looks like Mark Henry, which is wild.
For real. And Mike put that comparison in our.
Hold on a second. Has Bieniemy been juicing a little bit, man? He got a little bit of meat on his bones more than last time.
Compared to what he had, for sure. But this is the same offensive coordinator that took Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to a Super Bowl victory twice. Obviously, the Chiefs won another one without him, but. This is a reunion for the Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator. So could this be the cure to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' woes?
No, because the cure for Patrick Mahomes, his name is Fernando Mendoza, and he's going to be throwing 4 touchdowns every game against the Kansas City Chiefs next year.
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. I'm more intrigued now by a Kansas City Raiders matchup after you said that than I thought I'd be. So.
No,
here comes Mendoza. So the window for the Chiefs is slowly closing.
Not just that. Well, it closed this year. But anyway, little jab there. But not only that, think about this: the AFC North is now going to. I'm sorry, the AFC West is now going to have Patrick Mahomes, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, and most likely Fernando Mendoza. That's fun. right there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a wild shootout type division.
So I'm looking forward to that next year for sure. The Chiefs got their work cut out for them. But speaking of offensive coordinators, the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, is now teaming up with Jim Harbaugh in Los Angeles for the Chargers. So yeah, the Chargers lose their coordinator to Baltimore as their head coach, but Mike McDaniel comes in to help out Justin Herbert and the Chargers. This actually might work because
Mike McDaniel's a nerd, and he's going to fit in perfect there.
Well, Jim Harbaugh is already a great coach anyway. You bring in a decent offensive mind like Mike McDaniel to go along with it.
That team scares me more than the Chiefs do.
I mean, maybe, and they've got a solid defense too,
challenging the Raiders.
So yeah,
they got a solid defense, and if their line can get healthy, they got a pretty solid.
When that team, like yeah, to piggyback on what Damon said, that team when they're healthy, they're good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they just can't stay healthy.
No, their O-line got decimated with injuries.
Chargers have got to probably eventually get another receiver to kind of replace Keenan Allen probably sooner rather than later.
My running back was on the Chargers, and he lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, yeah, rookie too, which is going to be rough. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the Chargers just got to stay healthy, man. They got a shot at some point. But speaking of staying healthy, Bo Nix was the big story this week after winning the divisional round. It was announced right after the game was over that Bo Nix suffered a broken ankle during the game against the Bills and will be out for the rest of the season. So he will not be able to play in the AFC title game or in the Super Bowl if the Broncos were to make it past New England. So, yeah, as of right now, the final 4 quarterbacks in the NFL, Sam Darnold, Matt Stafford, Drake May, and Jarrett Stidham steps in to take the place of Bo Nix in the Broncos uniform. So, yeah, I mean, who'd have thunk at the beginning of the year these would be the 4 quarterbacks left? Drake May obviously is on the up and up. Stafford is, and Darnold, man, we all thought Darnold was only going to be like a one-time wonder with Minnesota.
No, but, Darnold is starting to show that it was not a fluke.
It doesn't hurt that he has the top receiver in football and Jackson Smith and Jigbo on his side, Cooper Kupp as well, which is intriguing to me. We got 2 storylines here coming into the AFC and NFC championship game. Jarrett Stidham, the quarterback of the Broncos, was drafted by the New England Patriots, and now he faces his old team. And Cooper Kupp, who was with the Los Angeles Rams, is now a member of the Seattle Seahawks, going up against his former team as well. So very intriguing stuff. The storylines write themselves. So that brings us to Championship Sunday, 3 o'clock, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the AFC and NFC title game. Patriots, Broncos, Rams, Seahawks. Who's making the Super Bowl? Only 4 potential matchups could happen here. Who do you think is going to win it? Who do you think is going to be in Super Bowl 60?
I would love for it to be Rams Seahawks. Or no, I'm sorry. Seahawks Patriots.
I think that's what's going to happen personally.
You know what's funny about these matchups though? The potential Super Bowl matchups? 3 out of the 4 have been within the last decade, given if you count like the 2025-2026 season.
Yeah.
3 of the 4 have been matchups within the last decade.
Yeah, and all of these teams have won at least one Super Bowl. So like a lot of these
New England won 2 both times they matched up against LA and Seattle.
Yeah, I remember the Seattle versus Denver when Peyton Manning was there.
I remember that. Jesus Christ.
Seattle against New England, where Seattle did not run the ball.
That's why it's going to be them, and they're going to get down that same scenario, and they're going to run it.
Kenneth Walker is going to run it right now. I don't know. I don't know, but I just think personally, I think Seattle is the most well-rounded team, but New England's right behind them. Denver's got a good defense, but with Jarrett Stidham as a wild card, I just don't know if that's going to work. The Rams are also right behind the other 2. So the Rams could make the Super Bowl over the Seahawks too, but the Rams have got to go to Seattle, where Seattle's been playing lights out. So that's going to be tough. But they know them well, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm taking Seattle and New England to advance the Super Bowl. Anybody else got other thoughts? I know Brandon, I did.
New England, obviously.
Not biased.
I want the Patriots to win. I want my money back.
No, not biased. I mean, I do believe New England can beat Denver.
Hey, very well could. Very well could.
I mean, even with Bo Nix, I believe New England can beat Denver. It would be a tough game, yes, but I do believe New England would win regardless if Knicks was in or out. And honestly, I just want to see Matthew Stafford win another one.
I was gonna say I think he won
retires.
one. Yeah. Well, I mean, that would give him 2 for sure. As long as it ain't against New England, right?
Well, yeah, if for whatever reason Denver does, if it's a Rams Denver one, then yeah, I would go to LA for the ultimate win.
Look, and maybe I'll be shocked too, but I just myself personally, I don't know if I want to watch Jarrett Stidham play in a Super Bowl.
I do not.
Like if he gets it, like if he gets in there on the strength of his defense and run game alone, I'm not going to be excited to watch that game. If he
goes out there and he wows the shit out of you, but
I know
over the shoulder passes, fucking dropping them in a bucket.
Maybe I'll be wrong.
This is his moment.
I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? You might be right, but
this is your moment. So
yeah,
it is what you want to do with it.
Talk about pressure. You know, like you're being asked to win a game and you go to a Super Bowl. You know, like that's like Jim Sorgi coming in for Peyton Manning.
Oh, God.
And that was almost a real thing, by the way. Peyton hurt himself in the AFC title game, and he told Jim Sorgi to get ready. I'm going, no, not now. No. Yeah. You know, like thank God Peyton stayed in that game and we won. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. So yeah, I mean,
next man up.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
Well, I know it's not the Steelers, but Miranda, you got a pick here at all? What do you think? You got a preference? I know you're not a fan of any of these teams, really, but
I know, and it's hard, and I guess freaking Patriots.
Listen to Miranda pick a team after the Steelers are out of it. It's like listening to Miranda's prediction of a ladder match.
Yeah. I don't even want to have a Super Bowl party now, but I'm going to.
For the food and the commercials, hopefully they'll be good. For sure.
You don't know, Miranda. It may end up being a good Super Bowl, and Patriots may not even be in it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm just hopeful the feed that we normally would watch has commercials. That's the something because there's sometimes the feed we watch don't have commercials.
We can always get that one. It's like $4.99 to just watch that week or that.
Well, hopefully we won't have to worry about it. But yeah, hopefully because commercials are some of the best stuff on Super Bowl weekend, man. You know?
Wait, what is it going to be on Peacock this year?
I don't recall what network it's supposed to be.
You don't
on.
think they're not?
I want to say
you have to promote that fucking app. You're out of your mind.
I want to say CBS, as a matter of fact, but so maybe Paramount Plus, possibly.
We have Paramount Plus.
I have Paramount Plus.
Yeah, double check and see what network it is. And
I've got Peacock.
Hold on, let me just double check. So this way we get this out of the way. What network is the Super Bowl on this year? It is on NBC. So yeah, probably Peacock.
Okay.
Okay, right, so I got Peacock too, so we're good.
All right, well that'll work too. All right, we got a few comments here. We got Slara in the chat. She's like, "Hey, Dragons, glad to see you."
Hey.
For sure, always good. She says, "Let's go Rams." So apparently she's rooting for them against the Seahawks, and I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be upset about that. I'm not gonna be upset about that at all. I like the Rams, the way they're playing. Mike said, Matt, if you win the $50 playoff raffle, are you just going to take $20 and let Eric keep the other 30 so you can go ahead and pay his entry fee for next season? Well, he is going to.
Actually, no. I owe my brother $50 for the Washington ticket.
So he'll pay 60 later.
That's where it's going.
So there you go. Well, he has a little time to come up with the fantasy football money. And Mike said, looks like Slara will be ramming it. That sounds a little dirty, but playing off for a
Jesus Christ, Eric, in the gutter.
He brought it up. But anyway.
Really, Eric?
Well, to be fair, it is also.
That's kind of uncalled for.
The kid should be in bed by now.
Okay.
Oh, Loki. What's up, Loki? Good
morning. I got to take him outside. I'll be back.
We also got we got the faceless dragon Aaron in the chat. He said, "Hey guys," so I'm glad he's on the show. Good to see you, buddy. Also got Mike again. The Patriots will buck the Broncos, and the Seahawks will fly over the rim. Boy, these puns, man! I'll tell you what,
they're
for
on
sure.
Point.
At least he's picking your Patriots, and you know it, Mike. Talking about ramming it. So see, she's okay with it. So yeah, but anyway, and Aaron said Broncos Rams is his pick. So okay. Broncos, Rams. I'm not gonna lie to you. Broncos Rams is probably the least favored match. Broncos against anybody. I don't know. I'm just not a Broncos fan. So I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me. But so
it's because they took their quarterback. That's why.
That's possible. It is also interesting to note that both AFC and NFC title games will feature a Mike versus a Sean. Mike,
that is true.
Mike Vrabel versus Sean Payton. Mike McDonald versus Sean McVay. So that's kind of cool.
Which means we could end up with a Mike Bowl or a Sean Bowl.
Mike and Mike or Sean and Sean, yeah, or another Mike and Sean. Who knows?
Or another Mike and Sean Bowl.
You know what? The cool part about this is these coaches that are out there. It's hard to root against any of them.
Yeah, I like them all
because they're really good competitors. You know,
well, I'm still a little bitter about Sean Payton beating the Colts at Super Bowl 46.
Well, Eric, they had Katrina that year. You gotta.
Did they really?
No,
I don't think it was
Katrina
that year.
Was like 4 or 5 years after the fact or before the fact.
They might have reopened the stadium that year.
That city, it was 2009.
The
2009 season.
Yeah, the 09 seasons they won it.
Yeah,
I think they reopened that stadium in like 07 though.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it
wasn't that long, but
anyway. I know that
city was still rebuilding at the time.
I mean, I still have nightmares of surprise onside kicks dancing in my head.
Well, they have to tell you about them now. So
yeah, they can't do it no more. So yeah, good luck pulling that one off in the Super Bowl, Sean. So yeah, anyway, a little bitter. Little bit.
A little bit better.
That's all right. But Aaron said only because the Broncos have bigger wrongs or wongs than Aaron. Wow, that's why he doesn't like that. Why do you got to go low blow like that, man? Like seriously, keep it above the belt. You know, if you're going to box, at least keep it above the waist. You know.
Well, that's no fun.
Yeah, it's a clean fight. You know. Got to be all.
I don't remember hearing the rules.
Fair enough. That's a good point. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, no, I think why I don't like the Browns. It's just I don't know. Again, it's Jared Stidham. Maybe Brandon's right. Maybe Jared Stidham will come out and just look like the next coming of Tom Brady, and who knows? Maybe it'll be Tom Brady. Maybe it'll be Tom Brady wearing a Stidham jersey, and we'll just never know. I mean, that's always. I mean, you can call Phillip Rivers out of retirement. Why can't Brady come back? I mean, just saying.
It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way? No. Aaron said, nah, it's street rolls out in the hood. Yeah, well, on site then next time. You know, I'm just saying. If I see it at the Rumble or Super Bowl, yeah, for sure. And then Mike said, remember, Eric, you turned Aaron heel by taking – I know his quarterback's hurt now, but it doesn't matter in fantasy at this point. But so next year I'll let you have Bo Nix, Aaron. How about that? You know what? I'll if I could trade him before the draft, I'd give him to you. But he'll be available. Don't worry. I'm not keeping him.
Are we allowed to do draft trades? No, I don't think so.
We're not.
Yeah.
So you'll have to draft him because I'll put him back because I'm not going to keep him. I'll keep somebody else for sure. I know I'm keeping Bijan most likely. I thought about keeping Jonathan Taylor, but Taylor and the Colts are too inconsistent. Now watch, Taylor will be great. Bijan will suck. But that's always the way it goes. So. Anyway, all right, you guys ready to move on to some news and politics? Wrap up the show?
Oh, good. I'm freezing.
I don't even know what it is right now in my apartment.
Got to get you a space heater. And I
got one. I'm sitting right in front of one, and I'm sitting on a heating pad. It's just cold in the freaking basement.
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. I went and got groceries right before the podcast tonight, and it was freaking cold.
Oh yeah. Was there anything left? Because Brandon and I we went this afternoon, and I don't even want to tell you guys how much money I spent. But if these kids eat it all before the snow, it's on them.
Surprisingly, there was milk left though. I got me some, but
I gotta hit the store early tomorrow before the snow hits, or I'm.
You better hurry
because it's going.
Now listen.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's still food to buy, but there were a lot of things that were gone.
Well, I don't want to make anybody panic, but the one girl I talked to this morning at Crow Ghetto, if we know where that one is.
It's the one I
like that name though.
We all know where that one is.
They have canceled their deliveries Monday and Tuesday. They are not getting trucks. So whatever they have in the stores is it. And I don't think they have a whole lot left. ruler was completely out of milk. So
I think it just depends on what you're looking for. I mean, obviously, if you're looking for bread and milk, you're probably going to be short. But I mean, if you're looking just like some snack foods or whatever you need just to get you through, you could probably find some stuff.
Yeah, I don't need much.
Oh,
so,
we're making a roast tomorrow, and freaking nobody had beef broth. Found some finally, but it's like.
But yeah, if you haven't done so and you need to do it early, because once it hits, it's supposed. I think here they're calling for what 12 plus inches possibly.
Yeah, the latest I seen was 9 to 15.
I heard 9 to 13.
Either way, all I'm hoping for is we get that email. We get off work on Monday. That's all I'm hoping.
I'm hoping
I'm already not going. There's no way.
Tuesday, we did not get a 2-hour delay for Tuesday. And at 8 o'clock when I was leaving for work, it felt like -5.
Oh, yeah.
Today, it felt like 0 at 8 o'clock this morning. And I'm like, how are we not on a 2-hour delay? It is entirely too cold for these kids to be out here this early.
Shoot, when I was a kid, they said go to school.
Exactly. I'm not surprised, but I'm also like, I thought we were better than this now.
Mike said in the chat on this note, I'm hitting the sack. I actually have to get up and pick up groceries at 8 in the morning. You better hurry, like we said. Definitely get out before it hits. I think it's probably about mid-afternoon. I think it's supposed to start.
Yeah, it's around noon.
And then he said, have those going to the IU title celebration tomorrow? If not, still, I don't know if that's going. I mean, I don't know what time it's supposed
they
to
had
start.
the meet and greet tonight.
Yeah,
I saw something about tomorrow. They said, just they weren't canceling, which I was kind of shocked by with what's supposed to happen, but they just say,
why not just postpone it?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I don't know what all they got planned, but if it's like around noon or 11, they might be able to get away with it. It's going to get cold though.
1 o'clock and like 1 p.m.
All I know is if it's a parade or something, I would not want to be standing out in it just after getting groceries. I was freaking freezing.
Plus, you get all those people downtown or wherever they're going to have it, and then traffic getting home. Why not just freaking postpone it?
I probably would. That's just me, but
they're probably all still suffering from pneumonia from their dumbasses from last week.
I mean,
for watching the game. Did you see they were out there shirtless watching and climbing the roof?
At least the ones at Assembly Hall were indoors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they were the
I would
smart
have
ones.
loved to have been in Assembly Hall though.
That would have been cool.
Crazy.
Rocking. Mike said, good night, God bless, and Hoosiers. So yes, absolutely. Good congrats to the Hoosiers as always.
Boom.
And Slara said, have a nice night, Mike. Stay warm. Absolutely. And I don't know where Slara where you are either, but I hope you stay safe.
I have never seen nuts drop that fast than I did in that championship game. I mean that Big Ten title game, man. I've never seen nuts fall that hard.
Fuck you.
Brother.
Okay, I've been holding it for 30 years.
Yeah. So, well, your nuts still haven't dropped. So
I was gonna be nice, but go.
I wanted Brandon to do it.
And
That's
Brandon
hilarious.
missed it because he thinks he's waiting for the dog who's driving me nuts. Okay. Hey, I'll take your cat if you take Loki, Matt.
Oh, Loki and the cat would really get along. Hey, you know what? They probably snuggle and be
He
buddies.
plays with the kittens.
Yeah.
He just
Maybe
wants
too
to eat
much
my
the kittens.
cookies. I cannot give you the cookies.
Let's get into some of this politics stuff because I'm sure Miranda doesn't want to freeze to death before the night's over. But so let's get into that. Ain't got a whole lot, but we got a few things to talk about. So let's get into it. Here you go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Wake up, Matt. Ain't got much more to go. Hang in there, pal.
I'm awake.
Yeah, well, I think Brandon's eating or something.
He's MIA. I thought he'd be down here by now if he was coming, but I don't know.
He'll be back. I ain't too worried. All right, so this week officially marked Donald Trump's first year in his second term. I just thought I'd go around the panel here and just kind of get an idea of what kind of letter grade would you give Donald Trump in his first year back under his second term. I'd probably give him about an A- personally. Partially because of the fact that I did my taxes last weekend and I didn't get all that tax money back I was hoping for. I did get a return this time. I will say that because I mean the no tax on overtime definitely did help with it's a deduction though. It's not like you're getting all your tax money back you paid in on it. Same thing with tips, Social Security, and all that sort of stuff. So to say it's like no tax on tip, not exactly. So I can understand the frustration there. That's part of it. There's a few other little things, I guess, that I'm not on board with. But for the most part, I like what he's done so far. So A- for me. What do you guys think?
Well, we haven't died yet, so he's done a pretty good job.
I think it's pretty. I mean, it's a low bar when the last guy was Biden. So that's just my opinion. So yeah.
Look, we haven't been invaded yet.
Yeah, we haven't died yet, so he's doing a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, I mean,
I
take that back, Damon. We have been invaded, Damon. That's why we're trying to get all these people out of here.
Yeah,
but that's
fair enough.
Yeah, so that's another story. Letter grade though for me, guys.
I give it an A. I agree. Solid A-.
It's either there B+, A-.
I give him a B+.
It's a solid good grade though, in my opinion. I think
he passes.
The reason why I give him a B+ is because of gas.
Yeah, gas is down.
But that's not really all his fault, so I can't really blame him on that. That's really the world.
Yeah.
So,
well, Biden.
Well, considering Biden got an F- for me, so that should tell you where Trump's at for me.
Biden got a no-show for me.
No,
Biden got a new letter grade for Biden.
Biden got a participation trophy.
Yeah, an auto pen.
And even
what's your pick?
That's pushing it. But
I wouldn't have given him that. He just didn't. He was a no-show
because he didn't even show up half the time. You're right.
Nope.
I give him the auto pen.
All right. Well, let Brandon answer. Yeah. If he has it, yeah.
An A+ for me. Like,
okay,
I get what you're saying. I understand the whole not being totally no tax on tips type shit, but still, I've seen things in my life improve dramatically from what they were. I mean, there's still some uphill battles, but that's more so in some places, region locked to whoever's running your fucking city. So
yeah.
Minnesota.
Everything else though, like,
California.
Going after the people he's went after, standing up for fucking America, putting his foot down in situations he should be putting his foot down.
No men and women's sports, things like that.
Yep.
It kind of feels like how his first term started out.
So
yeah. Well, and I'm still hopeful. Like, I know I'm like maybe even I don't know how to call it complaining. It's just kind of a criticism about the text thing. But again, it's 1 year in. I'm still hopeful that these things will continue to improve as we move forward. It does take time. So as we've said,
all right, I'm going to give you mine.
Okay, go for it.
A Q+. That is my grade for him.
I like
everything that's going on has went on behind the scenes, of course.
Yeah, of course.
You're about to see it come to fruition now. And
I
am excited. I got to hear somebody last night. She has been like this anti-AI. She just wants to live on her farm and tend to her animals and her vegetables, and that's it. But I got to hear excitement in her voice because of Trump's speech at Davos and stuff. And I don't know if you guys heard any of that, but
I did. We're going to talk about a little bit of it, but
it was great to hear him talk.
Well, and every time he's gone there, by the way, he has ripped those countries a new a-hole. And I love every second of it because they deserve it too.
And Elon, I haven't listened to the whole Elon speech. I will. But he said some amazing things too.
Yeah, he was an alien in jest.
Yeah, but there was more. There's a half-hour long thing, and I had Brandon listen to the one part, and it's amazing what is about to come.
That's awesome. Can't wait to see more. We got Slara in the chat said solid B. Okay, it's fair. Like I said, there's a few things that I would maybe like to see get better or improve, or some things I didn't quite fully agree with. But for the most part, I think it's a solid grade. Aaron said to give him an A because he has tried to do everything he campaigned on, but the Nazi left block him at every turn, and that is also true.
And I have full confidence that we won't be paying taxes on anything soon.
And that right there, if he does that, and I've said this from the jump, if he takes away the income tax, put him on Mount Rushmore, because we're all going to get a lot richer. So that right there is what I'm holding out.
They will everybody else will get richer, and I will stay poor. That's okay.
No, you won't.
You guys taxes on you pay taxes on your income, your house, your car, your sales tax. You're taxed at every fucking turn, and it's ridiculous.
At least the income tax will take a heavy burden off of it, because all that money that comes out of your check every week, Matt, you would have it back, so you'd probably have an extra $200 a week, at least, or more, depending on how much taxes you're getting taken out. So think about that. How fast that would add up. It's
and then
working overtime without working overtime.
What if you didn't have to pay for your freaking car tags every year?
Yeah.
Bingo.
Things like that. So again, all that is also, I think, heavily contingent upon whether or not the Supreme Court rules against his tariffs. However, things are sounding okay on that front right now, so let's not get too worried about it yet. But yeah, and Aaron said, cut back on chili and you will gain wealth for sure. I mean, fast food or any sort of eating out is always bad for the bank account. I can attest to that.
I will gain wealth.
I mean, you can eat chili as long as it's like the Walmart cheap chili cans or something. Maybe not by the Wendy's brand. That would probably make it a little more because you're paying for the brand.
Make it at home.
Make it yourself.
Yeah,
or make it yourself. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, it's easy to pull it just right out of a can and nuke it, but definitely.
Brandon's gonna start a cooking show just for you guys.
There you go. Hey, I'm down for trying some new recipes. Just make sure you get that overhead camera so we can see what you're doing. You know what I mean? You gotta do that. Just like
no, because I can't have y'all seeing what I'm saying. Taking
don't want to see the secrets,
my secret recipes, and now
that's the whole point. That's the whole point. You're supposed to tell us the ingredients, though, so we can make it at home. You can't.
I'll be like, yo, this jar got nothing but love in it.
Brandon's secret sauce. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ.
Anyhow, some other good news I thought I'd just kind of share here. Apparently, Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance are expecting baby number 4. She is now pregnant with her 4th child.
People were doing the math the other night, and it was either election night or the day Charlie Kirk got assassinated, possibly.
Oh, when they got pregnant, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I just think that's good news to hear. I mean, good for them for sure. Also, Caroline Leavitt, apparently I missed this back around Christmas. I guess she announced that she's also pregnant with her second. I think this is a baby girl this time, if I'm not mistaken. And she's expecting to have her baby around May of this year. So congrats to her as well. However, despite this good news, the left definitely don't have any love lost for either of these two couples. This is I believe a woman who also does childcare or did at a regional hospital in Boca Raton,
Minnesota.
No, actually, this is Florida. Believe it or not.
I was saying, might be a scam.
She's now got fired for these comments, but this is what she wished upon Caroline Leavitt and her baby.
As a labor and delivery nurse,
you can hear it.
It gives me great joy to wish Caroline Leavitt a 4th degree tear. I hope that you fucking rip from bow to stern and never shit normally again, you cunt.
So yeah, lovely woman. So I mean, and she wasn't the only one. There was another nurse who got fired for wishing the same sort of thing on Caroline Leavitt. So again, this is the left. This is the Democrat Party.
These are the tolerant ones.
So yeah, quote unquote tolerant ones.
Yeah.
Only if you agree with them. Okay. Obviously, she's no fan of Trump. Obviously,
and what does she disagree with?
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have to like the president on his policies or what he stands for, but this is crossing a line, okay? I mean, if you're wishing ill will on someone just because you don't like a politician, grow up, For real, for real. So yeah, and as Laura said, party of love for sure. Yeah, exactly. Love, tolerance, all that sort of stuff. They're the ones who preach it, but they don't back it up in their words. But Donald Trump backs up his words, and one of the things that he's now done as of this week, the United States is no longer a part of the World Health Organization, as this lovely meme here points out how he has kicked the WHO out of the United States. And you can see there in the window, the United Nations is a little bit nervous in the window, which I think is ironic considering what happened this week, which we're going to talk about by the end of the show too. So thoughts on the World Health Organization. This is the second time, right? I believe he withdrew from the World Health Organization his first term, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure.
If not, he threatened it.
I think he tried, but couldn't get it done because it was because of fucking WHO here.
Mm-hmm.
We all had to go on fucking lockdown.
Yeah, because COVID and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that very well will be true. But yeah, so this time though, we're officially now out of the World Health Organization as of this week. I believe this was announced back in May. It was going to happen in January, and the deadline has now passed. So we are now officially out. So yeah, and keep in mind here, the United States is the largest contributor to the WHO, much like we are to NATO. We pay for everything.
And
so Donald Trump's like, nah, we're not paying for this no more. You sort it out. You guys figure it out now. So, yeah. So apparently Germany, and obviously look at this. Bill and Melinda Gates pay more than most countries. What does that tell you?
That should be terrifying.
So, yeah.
That should terrify you.
So
I know Miranda likes Bill Gates.
Did you know that Monsanto has the patent for turf? And it could be causing cancer and other illnesses among players.
Maybe that's why the NFL decided to get rid of turf.
I've heard that, Miranda.
Yeah, and it's microplastics. We were listening to Maha News tonight, and they were talking about it, and I had no idea that turf was so freaking bad.
Yeah, that's bad for you. That's why they tell you to spit it out when players ingest it.
I was going to say, they probably get something in their nose, and God knows how much.
Yeah, it's really bad for them.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised, man. That's terrifying when you think about it. So, yeah. So that's good news. If you ask me, the United States can handle themselves. This week, we also got this jerk.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just thinking, that explains why, you're getting a lot of these fucking tears and shit on the same tears on people that play a lot of these games are played on turf still. So I don't know, man. The microplastics and shit wear down your body and shit.
I'm pretty sure they said there is a lawsuit against it.
That wouldn't be surprising.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
And probably should be, to be quite honest with you. So yeah. Well, one of the bigger news stories this week is obviously this guy, former disgraced CNN host Don Lemon himself, was a part of a agitator, intimidation rally, I guess you could say, at a church in Minnesota this week. Here is him along with, and we'll show a few of these videos here, just got to put everything in context. Those of you who don't know about this, most of you probably do at this point because it made national news. This group that he aligned himself with stormed a church, basically started protesting, quote unquote, even though protest stops the moment you walk onto private property, number one, in this case, especially even if you walk onto the street or a road or things like that, people need to start to understand what protest actually is. Don Lemon clearly doesn't know what that is because he thinks he does. He feels like he's going to be educating this pastor. And apparently this group went into this church thinking that, and apparently one of the pastors is affiliated with ICE. So they decided to storm this church, interrupt this church service, which is against the law, which we're going to talk about here in a minute. But here he is trying to badger the pastor a little bit. Here you go.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. Don. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here. We're
Don Lemon's a Christian. Sure he is.
I don't think that word means
what you think it is. First of all, if you read your Bible, you know homosexuality is a sin, and Don Lemon is a gay man married to a white dude. So then he goes on and talks about how these are white supremacists in this building. No.
That dude looks non-white.
Well, no, there's a picture later on too where one of the families is Chinese, but notwithstanding. So yeah, he feels like, under the Constitution, you have the right to protest. Yes, you do. But again, what you're doing is not protest at this point. You passed that boundary. Once you enter private property, you interrupt a religious service, things like that. It's no longer protest. It's intimidation. And that's what he's doing here. He doesn't care about the rule of law or anything to that nature whatsoever. But not only that, was this guy, the DeWoke farmer, what's his name? Is his name William Kelly, if I'm not mistaken? Is that his name? I think it's his name. He also was intimidating churchgoers at the same service. Here you go.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No. Jesus would die.
And this is another guy, in my opinion, who has no idea.
Get arrested?
Oh, I'm getting to that. Hold on. But yeah, I mean, this is another guy, in my opinion, who doesn't know anything about the Bible. I mean, Jesus was also a man of law and order. He followed the laws of the land, which is why Pilate said he had found no fault in him. So again, just because you got to understand, these illegal migrants are illegal. They are breaking the law. It's not that these Christians don't care about them or any Christians whatsoever don't care about them. It's, again, they're breaking the law, and you got to follow the laws of the land, period, end of story.
If they want to attack religion, why don't they go to New York and attack their mayor they just hired in from another country?
That tolerant, loving left likes that person. They like that.
I'm sure they do.
Why don't they
follow the rules?
Why don't they like the Christian faith? Because it's the truth. People don't like the truth.
That's right. They don't do the truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want to have that conversation?
Yeah, that's right.
So, and Slaughter said even Jesus threw people out of the temple because they were doing things that were offensive to him. And again, the pastor asked this man to leave. I mean, they think that these agitators think they're going into this church and, knocking over the tables because, what the church is doing is wrong. No, what these agitators are doing is wrong based on the law of the land and based on, religious practices as well. So, yeah, let's never forget this moment. Here's the picture of the Chinese lady here in the gray, and her kid is inconsolable here because, again, he's terrified. They have no idea. Based on everything that's going on in Minnesota right now, do you think these people were not going to get violent potentially? So of course, this is coming. Yeah, I mean, it's going to get a lot worse. I hate to say it. And not only that, Don Lemon, who is trying to weasel his way out of getting arrested by the DOJ, has actually, before this all took place, was in the parking lot with these agitators planning this and getting ready to go in. And he basically incriminates himself, talking about how we're about to pull off this operation. So yeah, and then he tries to say later, well, I didn't know what they were going to do. Bullcrap, Don. Here you go.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute,
gotta be diverse?
Which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance.
So having an American flag means you're MAGA all of a sudden.
Apparently, yeah.
Because the Democrats don't like anything that isn't like a different flag outside. They'll wave the Mexican flag, the Somali flag, Afghanistan, Iranian. They won't wave the American flag. So he thought this was because they're waving an American flag. Are you kidding me?
Protesters, they're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up.
So you know what they're doing.
And it's Sakima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going.
So yeah, this is just disgraceful if you ask me. So there have now been arrests made for some of these individuals under the FACE Act in 1994, which conveniently enough was made so people wouldn't stop people from going into abortion clinics. But in order to make it seem fair, when they made it, the Democrats put in this little line here that says it also affects those who are intentionally injuring, intimidating, or interfering with, or attempting to injure, intimidate, or interfere any person by force, threat, or force, or physical obstruction, exercising or seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship. So not only does it stop people from going into and stopping somebody from going to an abortion clinic, it stops people from going into religious church services and stopping the service. So Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, surprisingly made arrests this week. So
she pulled the trigger.
You gotta give her some credit. So as of the other day, far left agitator Nakima Levy Armstrong, who Don Lemon mentioned organized all of this, she was arrested by the Department of Justice. Also, the guy William Kelly there, the DeWoke farmer, was also arrested for intimidation of those patrons of that church right there. And of course, another lady, Chantil Louisa Allen, was also arrested, and she was also well known for BLM and stuff in George Floyd as well. So real winners right here. But of course, Don Lemon has not been arrested. However, these people have also been released as of today by these judges in Minnesota.
That's unfortunate.
You got to understand what they're trying to cover up, though.
Yeah, the
400 Medicaid businesses were found in one building today. Dr. Oz and Jim O'Neill dropped the bombshell news that they found this building. It was nearly $500 million that they were generating from the government.
Yeah, I don't doubt
just
that.
in this one company. Whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's not just people here wanting a better life. They're ripping us off.
Yeah, clearly.
And they don't give a fuck because their religion tells them it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just more disturbing because this took place in Minnesota. Now, Don Lemon was not arrested because a magistrate judge, which is a very low-level judge, rejected the Department of Justice attempt to charge him in the St. Paul Church invasion. And it come to find out, this magistrate is the wife.
Democrat.
Yeah, Democrat for sure. But I think it's the magistrate's wife works for Minnesota AG Ellison. So tell me that's not a connection. So again, they all look at Don Lemon as doing the good work for the Democratic Party, so they don't want him to go away. So they're not. They're going to save his bacon.
But why isn't Tim Walz running again?
Well, that's because he knows he's busted.
So there was something wrong happening all this time.
He won't say that's what it was.
Sure, they won't say that's what's happening. Certainly.
I'm still hoping Pam Donnie will go after them eventually too.
I mean, you talked about the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah. Don Lemon said, "I stand proud and I stand tall. Go ahead, make me into the next Jimmy Kimmel if you want." Which Jimmy Kimmel may be in some more hot water as of late too. But notwithstanding, Don Lemon is begging the Department of Justice to arrest him as well, probably because he knows he's going to get right out like these other three did. Apparently, they got released today on bond by more Democrat judges in Minnesota. So this has got to stop. we finally get some accountability here, and these Democrat judges who've been put in by these corrupt politicians are just letting these people go like they do all these criminals, that like these illegals who murder and
They
rape.
gotta try these guys on a higher stage of justice.
And I don't know what's going to stop it unless literally the federal government goes in there and just takes them out. Not like
that may be what it takes.
Not kill them, but remove them.
Yeah, not taking out. Remove them from the power.
Hey, you
So I don't
should
know.
pause when you say certain things. That pause led a lot to imagine when you said you take them out. You pause
Well,
too
that's
long.
when I heard it. I was like, that sounded bad. So that's not what I mean. But yes, but yeah, I don't know what it's going to take, and I'm not going to be satisfied until Don Lemon's sitting right next to Diddy with that big old bottle of lotion right there. I mean, that's where he belongs after this.
Look, let's be real.
Don't buy what Don Lemon's selling. He knew exactly what he was doing was against the law. He just did not care. He knows better.
He knew
I don't
he'd get
buy
away with it.
I don't buy this. Well, I was just doing journalism. No, what you were doing was activism. I mean, seriously. But he's going to get away with it probably scot-free. So yeah, but at least Pam Bondi did pull the trigger for once. Again, metaphorically. But yes. So I'm hoping to see more of that for Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, Keith Ellison, all these guys in Minnesota State as well, and anybody else who obstructs federal, law enforcement and things like that. So, but yeah, this is a step too far. Again, you cannot. Protests have got to understand you're basically allowed to stand on the side of the road, on a street, not in the street, but like in a field somewhere holding a sign. You cannot obstruct the flow of traffic. You cannot obstruct normal activities, federal officers. You cannot be going into church services. You can't go into Targets and do sit-ins. Apparently they're in an airport tonight too, somewhere. And they're completely obstructing like all the travelers and stuff. This has got to stop. And the only way it's going to stop is with the Insurrection Act or martial law, as Miranda's pointed out. And y'all are really going to love that when it happens.
I'm surprised that the Insurrection Act has not been already implemented.
Well, we talked about why.
It already might be on the table for Trump.
It's on the table. They've already got like 1,500 military members ready to go in.
I'm sure it's been discussed by J.D. Vance and Trump.
Oh, it's definitely been discussed. It just depends on it's all about timing if you're going to do it, as we talked about last week.
Yeah, you got to do it at the right time.
Pretty much. So, I mean, we'll see if it ends up taking place.
They're still uncovering the crimes.
Yeah,
that's for sure too. Which does take time, but this is. I mean, when you got this on video, you got the people they arrested on video admitting and doing exactly what they're being accused of, but yet they're still just getting let go. I mean, what else do you need? The evidence is right there. You broadcasted it on the internet for the world to see. You're guilty. Simple as that. Yep. And Don Lemon's like, well, protests are meant to make people feel uncomfortable. That's the whole point of protests and all the. No, it's not. The whole point of protests is
the point of a protest at all.
No. He's misconstrued what a protest is. If you think that's what protest is, you need to look it up. It's not.
That's more like a riot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, we know you can look it up, but we know they're not averse to changing the definition of words.
Well, and we're always hearing peaceful protest. That's not peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not peaceful whatsoever. When you start, harassing people for going to pray at a church, I mean, that's just insane to me. And I'm glad they made arrests, at least attempt to, because if you didn't, you're telling the rest of the world, what if a Muslim walked into a Christian church and started doing God knows what? I mean, it's probably happened, but I'm just saying you have to draw a line somewhere. You just keep letting these people do this stuff. It's just going to happen more and more and more.
There have been so many posts coming out of Indy lately of repeat offenders getting caught while they're out on probation or waiting for their trial, whatever, doing something even worse. Like one just killed, he drove to wherever she was and killed her.
Georgia.
Yeah. So these judges need to go.
And this is a nationwide problem, not just Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said,
LA. Chicago, New York.
Look,
And
look.
the mental health in this country is shit. We
Oh,
don't have mental health institutions no more. Trump just signed the executive order to bring them back for a reason.
Thank God.
Because there
We
is
got
a
plenty sitting there.
of women that need to fucking go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially. Yeah. But and again, this is not about doing away with like checks and balances. Okay, this has got nothing to do. Everybody wants to say, well, Trump's a dictator, that's what he would do. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I have no problem if you're a Democrat judge and you're upholding the law. The problem is you're interpreting the law in a way to benefit your party. That is not being a fair and just judge at all. And I would say the same thing if a Republican was doing it. I got no. These are, like I said, this is on video. The law states you cannot do this, and they're just letting them off the hook. So who's to say that? And again, it's because of where they're being, arrested. It's because of the state they're in. It's corrupt to the core. If this happened to L.A., New York, same thing would happen. That's why when Trump got convicted of 34 felonies in New York, I don't buy it because of where he was convicted, mostly. But it was a jury of his peers. Yeah, but Trump supporters were in line for that jury, and they kicked him off of it. Stuff like that. So it's just insane. But at least there is a little bit of good news on this. We'll see if this goes anywhere. If I can pull it up. I just had it, lost it. Yeah, apparently the Department of Justice did serve grand jury subpoenas to Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, Keith. Is it Keith Ellison? And two other officers as part of the investigation into alleged conspiracy to coerce and obstruct federal law enforcement during ongoing ICE operations in Minnesota. So we'll see if anything comes from this, but it sounds like they're getting investigated by the DOJ. So again,
I told Tammy nothing comes better Christmas than a mailbox full of subpoenas.
Yeah, which apparently you can just defy now without any consequences.
That's if you're a Clinton.
But apparently they did vote to hold them in contempt this week as well. So again, we'll see if anything comes of it.
They're gonna make a contempt. It's a congressional subpoena. You can't just ignore it.
Apparently. But if you're named Steve Bannon or Peter Navarro, you go to jail for it. Bill and Hillary Clinton skate. No, that's not how this works. Again, apply the law fairly both ways. Is that too much to ask? If you're a Democrat, it is. It's It's different if you're a Democrat.
I just can't believe that she thinks she can just defy a congressional subpoena. It doesn't work that way.
Bill and Hillary Clinton fully believe they're above the law. Democrats in general think they're above the law.
Because we let them continue to prove they are.
Yeah, that's true too. That's my other biggest problem with, again, this is partially Trump for not probably pushing this more on like Bondi and stuff. But again, the Republicans need to learn to bite more and stop barking so much, because barking ain't getting it done. You need to do something. I mean, and we'll talk about doing something more in just a second, because if you don't, it's and Trump's been saying this for a while, they're just not listening to him. Before we get into that, another big story this week, apparently the left-wing media and politicians are trying to sit here and say that ICE detained and used as bait a 5-year-old to arrest a illegal migrant man, his father. But apparently the true story of what happened, ICE went to get the illegal immigrant, the child's father. The child's father ran away, left the son in the cold. So some of the ICE members chased the illegal migrant. Some ICE stuck around to take care of the child. So that way he wasn't alone. And then people started taking pictures and started to say that ICE was trying to use this child to go after the migrant. This is a flat out lie. It has been pushed by multiple politicians and media outlets all over the place. This is essentially what happened. Dad, why are you running away? Don't worry, we'll look after you, ICE agent said. The press took pictures and said, look, ICE arrests kids. I mean, yeah. Are you kidding me? And there are people out there who believe ICE did that. How dumb do you have to be to believe that ICE was arresting a 5-year-old? Do you have no brain? I mean, that would be career suicide. But I just don't understand these people. But here's
I don't understand how they believe that.
I don't understand how they believe half the stuff they believe in. But their media overlords and their Democrat politicians, hook, line, and sinker, have got them believing everything that comes out of their mouths, despite the fact there's no evidence for it. All it took was a 30-second Google search on that 5-year-old, and you knew exactly it was a lie.
You think the left knows how to use Google?
Fair. I mean, but to be fair, Google also, when you Google something, you'll get like 20 different leftist news outlets, and you might get one little right-wing outlet at the very bottom, if you're lucky enough to find it. So that's also part of the problem. But here's one of the many politicians, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, peddling this 5-year-old detainment used as bait lie.
But you obviously believe ICE should be abolished, but there are many in your party who are not going that far. Is that a problem for you?
I think any step in the direction of reining in and cutting the funding of an agency that is attacking U.S. citizens, that are kidnapping 5-year-olds, that are using them as bait to open doors, and that are privately circulating that they can violate everyday Americans' constitutional rights by busting into their doors, they deserve to be defunded. I'll take any step in that direction.
So this is going to come to a head, which I'm going to talk about in a second. But be honest about what actually happened here. ICE didn't detain a 5-year-old. They didn't target children. ICE looked after a child when his father abandoned him. That's what happened. But because what's the ICE agent supposed to do? Let the kid just go out and freeze to death? Now the child apparently the mother wouldn't even take the child, and apparently the child is now back with the father at the detention facility. So we're going to figure out what to do with this child. Unfortunately, the child may go back with him, but that's kind of what they've been trying to do, is keep the families together, despite contrary to the popular reports out there. Yeah, I mean, this is just a sad state of affairs. But again, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez don't know anything. She was also this week quoted criticizing Donald Trump's plan to eliminate income tax, saying it is phobic and clearly designed to only help the employed United States citizen.
Well, then get a fucking job.
I mean, the income tax comes out of your check when you, work. So that's how it's going to work, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
He doesn't know anything about work.
She wants to do things for the people who don't work too. That's the whole thing. This leftist utopia of you can just do whatever you want and get all this free money and free stuff. That's not how this works. Yeah, his plan targets employee U.S. citizens. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. But yeah, she's an airhead. She needs to go back to being a barista. Probably wasn't even very good at that, if you ask me.
To go back on to what you said earlier there about like ICE and how the current administration's stomping all over rights. I'm sorry. Essentially, what you're saying is, what she means to say is that only we're allowed to stomp on your right.
Yeah.
Some daylight savings, not a bank.
Yeah. She didn't actually say this, but I could see her saying it. At least I don't think she did. But yeah, what rights are being violated? If you're not here, if you're due process, I'm sorry, due process is being violated. I'm sorry, if you didn't have due process when you came into the country, why should you have it going out?
Exactly.
Also, due process, J6. Anyone?
Yeah, they
there was no due process in that.
No, they jailed a lot of them just because they were there. But wait, they're not jailing any rioters. You think riots are bad for J6? Where's all the rest for those who have been rioting and destroying property and beating up cops and, all this stuff in Minnesota? No, that's okay.
Yeah.
This is why when January 6th happened, I didn't want to hear it, because George Floyd riots happened. May 29th happened, 2016, the first Trump inauguration. Mm-hmm. They tried to burn down Washington, D.C. But no, let's talk about January 6th. The one time that the right got out of control. But
I wouldn't even say they got out of control.
I'd say they were instigated. They were instigated by Capitol Police and the undercover federal agents in plain clothes.
But you're right. But Damon's right, Eric. Mm-hmm. They didn't get under. The left have not seen what happens when Republicans get really pissed off.
Because Republicans don't do nothing. They're just all talk.
No.
Trump's the only one who's actually willing to do stuff. But as I'm about to get into a couple examples, I thought it was just like, well, we don't want to do it because they're just going to do it to us. Newsflash, Republicans, they're going to do it to you anyway.
Bingo.
This weak spined mentality needs to go. Uh-oh, I lost my bookmark. I'll find it. So yeah, I mean, case in point. Well, before we get into that, everybody wants to talk about the deportations are bad. We got stuff to deport. It's inhumane against civil rights. Tom Holman, the current ICE leader at ICE, ICE chief, whatever you want to call him there, was given a medal by Barack Obama under his administration for deporting 920,000.
Yeah, I hate that stereotype too. Obama did just as much there.
Actually, Obama
Don't bring that up, though.
They want to say Obama deported, which I didn't know this till recently, that apparently a lot of the 3 million or so deportations from Barack Obama were actually turnaways at the border, which they counted as deportations.
Deportations.
So they inflated the number to make Obama look good at the time.
Sure.
But they gave Tom Holman a medal, but now that Tom Holman's doing it for Trump, oh, well, we need to vilify Tom Holman and ICE. So it's okay when Obama does it. Oh, what is the tactics? No, it's not the tactics. Obama did the same tactics that Trump is using now, but the difference is the state, like Governor Walz or Jacob Fry, the governors, mayors, the AGs, they all work with the federal government. Democrat state legislatures or state representatives, they're all working against Trump and the federal government, which causes the violence. It's just insane to me. But anyway, it's just hypocritical. The difference is the president and the mainstream media brainwashing. Otherwise, it's the same situation here with Tom Holman. But hypocrisy, as we always talk about here, for sure. But speaking of made-up stories, Pam Grier, I don't even know who this woman is. Have you ever heard of this woman at all?
Yeah.
Her name sounds familiar.
She went on The View this week, and she come up with this sob story about when she was growing up, her mother had to veer her eyes away from all the black people hanging from the trees. Here you go. Listen to this story.
You faced a lot of racism growing up in Columbus, Ohio. How did that shape you?
Whew. Well, the military wouldn't allow black families to live on the base, so you had to live in an apartment, and you couldn't take a bus. You couldn't afford a car. You walked. Your dads walked to the base, and sometimes we would go from tree shade to get back to the apartment. My brother and I, my mom, with bags, and my mom would go, "Don't look, don't look, don't look," and she'd pull us away because there was someone hanging from a tree. And they have a memorial for it now where you can see where people were and left.
You're muted, Miranda.
And it triggers me today to see that a voice can be silenced. And if a white family supported a black, they're going to get burned down or killed or lynched as well.
Oh my God, this is all terrible stuff.
Remember what I said about women needing to be in mental hospitals?
Yeah, there you go. Because this is a lie. Fact check. Pam Grier said on The View she had to close her eyes as a kid in Ohio to avoid seeing blacks hung from trees.
Free state.
Well, but she was born in 1949. However, according to the America's Black Holocaust Museum, the last Ohio lynching was in 1911, 38 years before she was born.
Plus, it's in the north. Even if during the 50s, Jim Crow era, it all was south of the Mason Dixon.
The north.
It was happening up here.
And some were saying, well, technically the last lynching was in 1932. Okay, fine. That's still, 17 years before she was born? It doesn't matter. She's still lying. It's all about pulling your heartstrings. Yeah, they're just trying to pull your heartstrings. Oh my God, the atrocities. This is exactly like back during this. Oh my God.
It's like the E. Jean Carroll fucking rape story. They read about it and they turn it into themselves.
The woman who apparently was wearing some clothes that wasn't even made yet to match her story. Same situation here. It's like, you people who believe this garbage need to start doing some research. You know, the thing that you say that MAGA doesn't do.
That's all we fucking do.
That's all we do. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So, but anyway, speaking of things that we gotta do before they do unto us, right? This is the new governor of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, during COVID.
The fuck am I looking at?
David.
The fuck am I looking at?
This is the new governor of Virginia. Democrat who defeated Governor Glenn Youngkin, Republican, in Virginia. How? I don't know, because Virginia's gone bye-bye. It was a red state, but they say it's a purple state now. No, it's full-blown blue now. She's been in office, less than a couple weeks now or whatnot, and she's already implemented all of these. She's brought these up for votes. But reminder, Virginia, Democrats also own the state legislature, so none of these are going to get any pushback. New 4.3 sales tax on Uber Eats, Amazon, and deliveries. New sales tax on admissions to a wide variety of businesses. Creates two new higher tax brackets of 8% and 10% on people making over $600,000. A new 10% tax bracket for anyone making over $1 million. 3.8% investment tax on top of state income taxes. Raising the hotel tax. New personal property tax on landscaping equipment. Ban gas-powered leaf blowers. Guarantee illegal aliens free education. Taxpayers are going to fund that one. Make it illegal to approach somebody at an abortion clinic. Extend the time absentee ballots can be received after Election Day to 3 days. 3 days after Election Day, you can still put in your ballots. Allow people to cast their votes electronically through the internet. Yeah, because that won't go bad at all whatsoever. Expand ranked choice voting. Extend the deadline for ballot curing to 1 week after Election Day. They want to have their elections go on for months, apparently. Redact the addresses of political candidates from FOIAs. Add Virginia to the National Popular Vote Compact for presidential electors. Make it illegal to hand count ballots. That's another way to commit fraud. Right there, having no one oversee it. $500 sales tax on firearm suppressors. Assault weapons and large capacity magazine ban in Virginia. 11% sales tax on all firearms and ammunition. Prohibit outdoor shooting of a firearm on land less than 5 acres in size. Lower the criminal penalties for robbery, so just let them out again. Ban the arrest of illegal aliens in courthouses, so illegals can just walk. Remove mandatory minimum sentences. Allow localities to install speed cameras and replace Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. So this woman has been in power for less than a New York minute, and she's already got all this ready to roll. And Indiana can't redistrict their maps, which, by the way, Virginia also is doing. But everybody came up with, Republicans can't redistrict their maps. Oh, my God. They're just trying to cheat and steal the election. What the hell is Virginia doing then? They're going to remove all Republican representation. And Indiana's like, but we can't do that because if we do, the Democrats will just do it to us, and that's not very good. You better start growing a freaking spine. As Matt said earlier, let your balls drop a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, and here's Stephen Miller, one of our favorites here in this Trump administration for sure. He is warning, and we won't get into more about this. Democrats are now threatening to shut down the government again.
Of course.
Because remember, the last time that they, actually reopened after that month-long closed or shutdown, that it's only going to be open again until the end of this month, January. So they got to re-up it again. But Democrats are threatening to hold it shut if they don't get their way on funding, especially when it comes to ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. Here's Stephen Miller going off about that.
Shutting down DHS means that radical Democrats, are shutting down Secret Service. They're shutting down ICE. They're shutting down Border Patrol. They're shutting down TSA. They're shutting down the organs of Homeland Security at every single level, waging war against the defense of our nation, against terrorists, against murderers, against criminal cartels. These ICE officers are going out every day facing death threats to remove some of the most violent gangs from this nation. MS-13, Latin Kings, Tren de Aragua, Sinaloa Cartel, organizations that would sooner kill you than look at you. That's who they're fighting every single day. They're being doxxed, tailed, assaulted, harassed, and violently attacked as they're going out to battle the most violent criminal organizations on planet Earth. And Democrats, the Democratic Party, is siding with these criminal organizations. That's how you end up living in a third world country. A third world country is a country where federal law enforcement lives in fear and the criminals are in control. That's what we are facing if Democrats are successful. President Trump will not let that happen.
Let's hope not, because if he does, if it happens, man, I'll tell you right now. And part of this is coming from the fact that apparently the House of Representatives this week passed some appropriation bills, some of them that are taking some of the recommendations for DOGE cuts into account. They're going to be implementing some of those, as well as apparently there's been an appropriation funding bill that is now giving more money to the Department of Homeland Security, adding $10 billion funding to ICE. And even 7 Democrats voted for that, surprisingly. So yeah, the Democrats are now in a hizzy if the funding for the ICE agents especially doesn't come down, because they obviously view them as the Gestapo. So again, they're threatening to hold you, the taxpayer, government workers, hostage once again if they don't get their way. They're throwing the equivalent of a temper tantrum all over again. So again, as Donald Trump has been saying, as we just said about Indiana, grow a spine. This time, we said it last time during the government shutdown, nuke the damn filibuster and make it to where Democrats have no say and get your agenda passed, like the SAVE Act, which will make voter ID nationwide, things like that. Re-implement the Smith-Mundt Act to make it held accountable to where these politicians and the media cannot lie without consequences, stuff like that. It's got to be done, and done now.
Yeah, Anna Paulina Luna is probably going to shut down the government over the SAVE Act if they don't pass it. So
it needs to be done, especially before the midterms.
Yeah.
I mean, and if Democrats are just going to play this game every time they don't get what they want, shut the government down, then fine, take their power out of it.
You guys do realize they're going to shut the government down one of these days, and we're going to get attacked, and we're going to be fucked.
Well, no, they're going to shut it down, and it's never going to reopen again.
Matt, military, ICE, things like that do not stop operation if for a government shutdown. They're considered essential needs for the security of this nation.
So.
But they don't. But in some cases they don't get paid. Actually, I think in all cases they don't get paid.
But they don't get paid.
They still are on duty though, so that's not as big of a concern as you might think. So they're still on active, all that sort of stuff. So invasion isn't, not worrisome. But yeah, but it still affects a lot of people. And again, just like the lady in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, if Democrats get back in power, you think they're not going to nuke the filibuster, pack the Supreme Court, all this sort of stuff? They are going to do it. Do it before them, or you're going to lose. And this country will lose as well. Listen to Trump in this case. And most cases for that matter, but especially here. He knows what he's talking about. Because he knows how dirty they are. Y'all don't like maybe some of his tactics because he realizes if you don't play by their rules, you're going to lose and lose bad. And when you lose, we lose. So, yeah. But anyway, speaking of playing hardball, as Miranda mentioned, Donald Trump went to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland this week, which anytime the World Economic Forum is involved, my eyebrows raise and my ears perk up because it's like, I don't trust these a-holes. But Trump over there, he does rip them a new a-hole. But in this case, this is about Greenland. For all of you panicans out there who think he's just going to attack Greenland, I know he said it. But we're going to talk about a pattern here. But before we do that, here's what Donald Trump says. He says he will not use force against Greenland.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force.
So there you go. So those viewers, yes, he said I may have to use force, or whatever.
But he did that so they would take it out of context.
Well, not only that, again, right after this happened, he met with some people like Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, I think that's how you say his name. He said, quote, "We have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the U.S. and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that I also threatened to put in place on February 1st against these European nations who are trying to block them purchasing or acquiring Greenland. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome and stuff like that. So, are we noticing a pattern here, ladies and gentlemen? Donald Trump makes a statement about we're going to do this, and then the world panics. He's going to invade Greenland. Oh, my God. Trump backs off. Then he goes, tariffs. I'm going to put tariffs on all these countries if I don't get my way. Ha, ha, ha. And then the world panics. Oh, my God. And then they come to the table. Let's talk. Trump gets what he wants. Tariffs are removed. Business as usual. This has been the template ever since Trump got back in office, over and over and over and over again. But people are still, every time he threatens this or says something crazy, that, oh my God, he's going to start World War III. It's called the art of the deal, ladies and gentlemen. You start out and ask for something much more than what you're hoping to actually achieve, and then you negotiate through tariffs or whatever it might be, and you eventually settle on what you wanted all along. And in this case, ability to more, militarily, national security, the Golden Dome, which is going to take place in Greenland, ability to, intercept missiles from Russia or whoever it may be, maritime highways, minerals, all this sort of stuff. Now it's not going to cost the United States even a single dime. I mean, am I off?
No. It's almost like he knows what he's doing,
Almost, huh? I mean, it's not,
he's a successful businessman.
Yeah. I mean, he basically just put Greenland in his shopping cart on Amazon and,
buy now.
Although he didn't have to pay anything for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know how many times we got to talk about this. Like, I don't know how many times I get online and all I see is, friends, family, strangers. Oh my God, the world's coming to an end. Trump don't know what he's doing. He has no plan. He's not researching stuff. They're going after people that they don't even know what to. How dumb do you got to believe that? Like, do you think they're just flying by the seat of their pants? I mean,
Trump's already got what he wants. Like, I don't know if you follow any of the White House, like the Department of War Rapid Response on X. They have posted 4 different penguin posts. And this one I'm looking at, you've got, let me find it real quick.
Yeah, we definitely, going to be working with a lot more Eskimos.
So from left to right in this picture, you've got the Army Space Force. The Space Force guy is holding the penguin's hand or wing. What is it? Arm? I don't know.
Flipper.
Marsupial.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't do that.
And then you have the Air Force, the Marines, and the Navy. So Hugh diggers are thinking it's got a lot to do with Greenland. And that Space Force is probably going to have a big role.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, if you're going to put up a Golden Dome, you think it's not going to have a space function to it as well?
Yeah.
I mean,
do you guys remember, like, when you were a kid, did you ever build forts?
Yeah.
Did you ever, like, just want to make it better and better every time you build it?
Yeah.
And you came up with a new idea and you redid it. I think Trump is a master builder at every level.
Mm-hmm.
And he was probably really good at building forts when he was a kid.
Lincoln Wall.
And then probably charging rent, to come in
Yeah.
and play it too, or whatever it might be.
But
yeah,
people just don't get it. He's not a politician. He is a businessman, and he is going to get us what we need.
And that's exactly. And look, I'm not anybody who's known me for any period of time. No, I never used to care about politics until Donald Trump. Hold on, man. Until Donald Trump came along, because again, I've been saying this forever. Everybody will say, well, Donald Trump, once he went into politics, he became a politician just like everybody else. No. Republicans hate Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Democrats hate Donald Trump. Why? He's not one of them. He does not toe the establishment line. That's the only reason I have hope in this guy. Most politicians, no, I have no hope in them at all. Some probably even in his cabinet in some respects or another. But like I always said, 3 years. 3 more years, and we'll see what happens. But like this is the whole reason I've kind of bought into the politics stuff a little bit. Again, we'll see what happens. Maybe nothing changes for the major, but I think we're on the right track. And Greenland, there's Golden Dome stuff, and another thing we're about to talk about here at Davos as well.
Matt, what was your question before we?
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to go.
Oh, I was just going to say, you ever play the game Monopoly?
Oh yeah.
Donald Trump is the guy that owns all the railroads.
Yeah.
And Park Place and Boardwalk,
And
really.
You have to come negotiate with him.
Yeah.
Speaking of Monopoly, we have about 8 or 10 different versions of Monopoly. One is red versus blue or whatever, Republican. I don't remember the exact name. House divided. I was going to say something else, and now I cannot remember what the hell it was.
I've been there. Brain block. Yeah, for sure. Well, we'll move on. If you think of it, just let us know. But the last thing I wanted to talk about tonight mostly, but was the other big thing that happened in Davos, Switzerland. Donald Trump and many other countries have now launched the International Peace Initiative known as the Board of Peace. When I heard this, my ears perked up, and my eyebrows definitely raised. I didn't quite know what to feel about it. And I'll tell you why here in just a second. But apparently this Board of Peace involves 10 plus countries have now signed on to the Trump's Board of Peace, while the United Nations gridlocks, nations are lining up behind Trump's Gaza reconstruction plan. This is Gaza in play, as we talked about before, how it's going to, oversee the reconstruction of Gaza and all that sort of stuff, with the board potentially expanding into a new global security body. Confirmed to be joining Trump's Board of Peace is United Arab Emirates, Belarus, Morocco, Hungary, Canada, but apparently Donald Trump says revoked Canada's invitation because of the way the prime minister's been acting. So apparently Canada's out for the time being. Vietnam, Kazakhstan, Argentina, Russia, France, who's declined it for now, as a matter of fact, India, Jordan, Greece, Cyprus, Pakistan, and 50 more countries ahead of the official signing at Davos is now talking about joining and confirming. So we got, like I said, Russia has been invited, which drew the ire of a lot of people. Like, why are you inviting a guy like Putin? But again, Donald Trump says he wants to work with every nation that's willing to come to the table for peace. So yeah, and of course the model is $1 billion if you pay for that for permanent membership into this group to help rebuild Gaza as well. Free 3-year term for standard members. Funds go to the Gaza reconstruction, and long-term mission may expand far beyond Gaza to other places throughout the world. So this, a lot of people are viewing this as this could be Trump's replacement of the United Nations. If it were to all go well, and many other countries joining him in this effort, because the United Nations really hasn't done much in a long time. Trump has done more with this moving forward faster than the United Nations has. So I understand the appeal. Now, and of course, I would love for peace to be a thing. Who wouldn't? But I'm not going to lie to you. As a Christian, when I first heard this, my ears perked up and my eyebrows raised, because the Bible talks about in the end times, there will be false peace in the Middle East, and a individual known as the Antichrist will rise from a government type entity similar to something like this. It talks about having 10 horns, and a little horn will rise up, which is, it gets very, metaphorical and the different ways and stuff like that. It's very hard to interpret, but I'm not, and of course a lot of people online are like, well, that means Donald Trump's the Antichrist. No, I'm not saying that, nor do I believe that. However, I think Trump's trying to do good with this, but there is a part of me that thinks that potentially, I know, but potentially this could be maybe at least setting the stage for something like that in the future. This could be long after Trump has stepped down from this board, stepped down as president, and maybe these nations, God knows what they're going to do in the future. However, this could just be another stepping stone to fulfilling those prophecies. But that's if you believe like I do. You may not. That's up for you to interpret. And this could very well be a good thing. I don't know. Time will tell.
So
I heard it. That's what I thought. So go ahead.
I'm just going to say this. Things are going to get weird.
Oh, yeah.
Soon. Everything that I've been talking about for the last 18 years plus has all been true. If what you think is true, I would say that we're going to see it within the next couple years before Trump is gone.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And he's already thrown it out there that he's going to run for a 4th term. Now, he didn't say 3rd. He said 4th.
As implying
which
he was in
means devolution is also true. And that is, I've also been talking about that since John and Harold started talking about that. So like I said, things are about to get weird. And if what that is, that peacemaker, if Trump was the Antichrist, boy, is he getting everybody involved. Like,
well, the Antichrist is supposed to be very well loved by the world. They will love. Now, a lot of people don't like Trump, but there are people across the world who do love Trump. But I don't think that's the case with Trump. What I would think would probably be more likely, like, I feel like Trump is probably trying to do some good with this, but maybe somebody within this organization could rise out of it in the future. Again, maybe it could be.
Well, Alex Soros could probably be it.
Or a lot of people were saying Jared Kushner. I don't know about that either. But
I don't think Jared is. See, that's where we've got the Jew separation.
Yeah.
Because
that the Jews tie into that too. Again, this supposed Antichrist, this peacemaker will establish a peaceful covenant with Israel and the Middle East countries. In 3.5 years, he will break that peace and start massacring Jews and tribulations, pestilences, persecution throughout the world, right? The worst things imaginable, right? So that it will be a false peace.
Yeah.
So whenever I hear peace in the Middle East, even when Trump did the Abraham Accords, I was like, whoa, okay, let's listen here. Again, I don't know all the answers. Nobody does. But a lot of biblical scholars are at least speculating that this could be at least a stepping stone to that trajectory.
There's a lot to undo. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how close we are to it all being undone. But I don't think Trump has the patience for it to last too much longer.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
We've got churches, like, I don't know if you guys seen the story out of Missouri or not. Like last show, I was thinking about moving to Missouri because of their new laws. But there is a summer camp there that children for years were getting sexually assaulted by the pastor that is supposed to be there teaching them. And
that is wrong.
Their lawyers made them sign NDAs. The families signed NDAs. They just had to keep letting it go on. So when I talk about these judges being corrupt, these lawyers we need to flush the entire system.
Well, and again, I don't have all the answers. I guess I'll kind of steer the direction of the show to end this way. I don't have all the answers. I don't know what's going to happen with this or anything else that's going on in the world of the geopolitical climate. We're going to try to unravel some of that going forward, obviously the best we can, and finding as much truth as possible. However, I want to propose you this. We don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to go. And again, you may not believe like I do. You may not believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. But Jesus himself talked about these things would come to pass. Lawlessness would abound. What's going on in Minnesota right now, or the world in general, wars, rumors of wars, pestilences, plagues, COVID, all sorts of these things would have, natural disasters would become more and more rampant. Earthquakes would abound throughout the world. Things like that. It's all happening just as he said it would. Plus the stuff with the peace and, the Antichrist and all this stuff. All this stuff, it seems to be, like I said, just moving ever so closer. So again, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to. But I do, as a Christian, I feel it is my obligation and responsibility to at least extend the invitation. Okay. Again, you don't have to, but this is partially my show, so I at least want to put my thoughts out there. If you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ and you want to be spared that wrath that's coming, I invite you to speak to someone about your faith. If you haven't followed the Lord yet or want to know more about the faith and all this stuff, reach out. Somebody will talk to you. I'd be one of them. I mean, the best that I can. I don't have all the answers, like I said, but Jesus, we talk about how we would love to see peace and all this stuff be corrected and these corruption and all this stuff be eliminated and all this sort of stuff. But I believe in my heart of hearts that as much as I think Trump is trying, I don't believe that will ever fully be accomplished until the Lord Jesus returns himself. That's the only way it's going to happen.
But what
That's
if
what the
Eric,
Bible says will happen.
I get that, but what if the return of Jesus is the return of Jesus in everybody's hearts? Like,
Well, they
because
do talk about a great revival, so that is partially part of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have so much within ourselves that we can do for ourselves.
True.
That we don't need to wait for Jesus to return. We don't need to stay silent when things like this are happening. When you see evil, don't stay silent.
Right.
You know what Barron Trump did the other day? He saved his friend from being attacked while in the UK. Like, he got in and physically fought a dude because his friend was being attacked.
Right.
The president's son, who probably has Secret Service, fought a dude because he was being, or she was being.
Well,
people, men especially.
Yeah, especially men.
Need to be men.
Yeah. Well, shoot, the church that we saw that was, harassed this last week. The one thing I was disappointed by it was a lot of those Christian young men were not standing. They were just leaving the church. I can understand turn the other cheek and all this. I get it. But stand up for your faith. Stand up against these people. Otherwise, they are going to continue to do it.
You keep turning the other cheek, and
I'm not saying get violent, but demand they leave. Take a stand.
You know what? I mean? Okay, so I don't know if I told this story on the podcast one night or not, but I think it's probably been about 2 years ago now. Me and I and my mom went down to the local Dollar General, and this guy, he had his daughter, probably 6 or 7 years old, with him. They were in line in front of us, and another dude was yelling at him and his daughter over God knows what. The store is full of people, and nobody stood up but me. I chased the guy out the store while I'm on the fucking phone with 911. Meanwhile, my daughter's standing behind me, just like egging it on, like.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And I didn't know who had a gun. But you're at this point, somebody's going to beat your ass if you don't leave. And after that, the manager thanked me, and we went on about our day. The cops came, took the statement, but if not me, who?
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, there are things we can do to try to better our world and stand up for what we believe in, all this sort of stuff. We can't just back down to these radicals, because if we do, we're not going to have anything left to fight for at some point. But like I said, despite all that, I do feel like in the very end game, and the end of the end of the end, it's Jesus Christ, and that's it. Because all this corruption and lawlessness will only continue, and I believe will get worse. I mean, like I said,
I just don't believe we need to be waiting for Jesus to return.
Well, of course not.
I think,
of course not.
But
that is the end goal.
But listen to me, please. You go to church every week. I don't, but people that do. And you pray for things to get better, and you wait, and you wait. What if Donald Trump wouldn't have came along? Would you still be just praying for things to get better?
Yes.
Because
I have faith that we'll end up being like that in the end.
But
I've seen enough to believe that it's the truth.
So Jesus is gonna just appear one day and everything's gonna go away and be good?
No.
That's good. It's a lot more involved than that, but in the end, yeah, because Battle of Armageddon, it's a whole thing, but it'd take me like an hour to explain. But,
yeah.
But yeah,
I'm impatient, so I want to live my life now, and I want
we have
evil
to do that.
motherfuckers
Absolutely.
out of it.
He doesn't say just sit there and just wait, but at the same time.
But essentially, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, we gotta do what we can for sure.
That's what
I'm trying to do here.
See, this is why you guys don't want to have a conversation about it. You think I'm just being, I'm attacking you like I want to go out and fucking save the world. And I'm not. I'm just trying to have a conversation to be like, we can do things, small things. We're doing it just by doing
what we're doing here. That's why.
Yeah. But I don't want to put all my faith into something coming back to save me. I think I got to work on saving myself.
There's a story that I've been told through my years being involved in the church.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy on a roof terrible flood had happened. Guy got to his roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
He prays to God, send help, save me from this flood.
This is good.
Guy in a boat comes along, says, hey, I can save you. Jump in. Guy on the roof says, oh, no, God will save me. Someone else comes along, someone who can save him. Guy says, I'm good. God got me. He'll save me. Last thing comes along. It's a helicopter. Helicopter comes along. Even like a medical service helicopter, rescue helicopter.
Yeah.
Comes along. Says, hey, we can rescue you. Come on up. Guy says, never mind. Go ahead. God's got me. He'll save me. Well, unfortunately, that guy dies. So when he gets up to heaven, he asks God, why didn't you save me? God said, I sent a boat, I sent this, and I sent the helicopter.
I sent a helicopter.
What else did you want me to do?
Or it's like, what was it? The other story similar to that is, I prayed to God that, he'd help me with my finances. I bought a lottery ticket and I did, or what was it? Maybe it was like, if you'd have bought the lottery ticket, you'd have won the money or something. I don't remember. It was something along those lines, but you physically have to go do something. Like you said, like if the helicopter comes along, take the chance to go to the helicopter. God sends you the helicopter. But a lot of people don't look at that as that's what happened, but yeah, that's what happened.
Lately I have found myself stopping and thinking, well, that is weird that happened, but thank you. And it's those little moments. I'm never going to say I don't believe in God. I just don't. I think people are misinterpreting what they need to do before.
That might very well be possible, Miranda.
My aunt, she was a devout, evil Christian. Like, she stole the farm from my uncle on his deathbed. But she went to church every week, couple times a week. She sang in the choir. She taught Sunday school.
Well, that didn't always mean anything.
But she just prayed that the world would get better. And meanwhile, she was just this evil bitch.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can go to church, you can sing, you can do all the praise and stuff, but that doesn't mean you're a Christian.
No.
No more than me standing in a garage makes me a car. So no, it's about what you do with you. Absolutely, But in the end of at the end though, it's like whether I die. When I die, one of two things are going to happen, in my opinion. Do you know Jesus or do you don't?
Well, Elon, if you listen to that interview that he did, he thinks we're going to start living a lot longer. And if people don't start taking control of their health instead of waiting for Jesus to do it, we're not going to live.
No, you still got to take care of yourself. He gave you dominion over your body.
Exactly. And we know people that aren't doing that. And it breaks my heart to see it. I'm just going to be honest with you. I hate to see people suffer with pharmaceuticals or with no answers because they just don't want the answers. I hate it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't change all their minds. And they got to do it themselves.
It's the ones that want to believe in Jesus, but also don't want to believe that he put things on this earth.
Yeah.
To make us healthy.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord provides for all of our needs.
But yet we would rather get it from Big Pharma. And they're killing people with it.
Yeah, sometimes I think people, trust the science or whatever, but
when the scientists are the ones creating the stuff,
the bad
to
stuff,
sell you,
so
it's just like that turf, you don't think Monsanto knew the side effects. They're the same ones that fucking kill people with Roundup.
Yeah,
It's
the
all
COVID
just
vaccines
big
are a
money.
great example of that. You don't think they knew some of the ramifications, some of the long-term things that were going to happen? They fucking knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think Trump's pulling out of the WHO?
Yeah.
I mean,
but you want to think about the evil ones or the Antichrist. Who do you think the Antichrist would support? The WHO? Because, so look at that side of the coin.
Yeah.
But just 2 in the last 2 days. Satanic freaking worshiping cults in schools in Indiana.
Yeah. I'm sure it's more than just 2.
Yeah, well, yeah,
For
that's
sure.
what I've seen just in the last 2 days. So
Yeah.
I didn't see any of it last year.
Yeah. And I think that's only going to abound even more. I mean, like I said, we've talked about how what if the Islamic terrorists and, you know, as a whole starts to grow and continue. I mean, they're already spreading across Europe. They can't stop it. If it starts to happen here, if it eventually, again, we've talked about what if, like in the end days, that they're the dominant religion, which to me is a spirit of Antichrist because it's not for Christ. So again, how much is that going to tie into stuff? I mean,
you wonder why Trump's building a golden dome.
Yeah.
Well, if we still got to battle the Antichrist, then
well, as long as we just got to hope that we just got to hope that those inside the dome are still good. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, yeah.
I just had this all come together in my head.
It's, I mean, there's so much stuff that's happening. Everything we talk about.
This board of peace is going to last 7 years.
Well,
3
potentially.
and a half, a Middle Eastern country will break that peace.
Well, a lot of people think that the Antichrist, the individual, might come from Europe or, you know, the old European Union, potentially. I don't know. But that, again, this is all
out of the Middle East.
Well, I'll tell you what.
The Bible bedtime story about the Euphrates River drying up.
Well, there's always it's very complicated because a lot of this is based on visions of that, you know, prophets have seen from like thousands of years ago. So what they saw would be like a chariot that goes at super speeds would be a car to us, you know. So it's hard to interpret.
They've said the visions that Ezekiel have about a chariot on fire. They're saying that's a UFO.
Yeah.
That's been a theory in the UFO community for years.
Yeah.
No, I've done a lot of research into the Book of Revelations. I'm seeing a lot of the game pieces on the board now.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm seeing a lot of in-game pieces on the board.
That's why I stress, because the Bible teaches that Jesus will return, not in flesh, but return for his church, and the rapture, so to speak, will, you know, take the believers home to spare them from the wrath to come during this tribulation period. That's why I preach it's important. But yes, Jesus himself will return in the flesh after all of that to rule for 1,000 years. It's a whole, again, there's a whole timeline of it. But it's really complicated. And then once Jesus returns fully, you know, Satan will be sent to hell, and unbelievers will be, and then we'll reign, and, you know, blah, 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 as the story goes. But yeah, so it's a whole thing. But anywho, a lot of in-depth stuff there for sure. But yeah, it's definitely all the stuff we talk about. I always try to look at it through that lens, but I don't always know the answers either. So
yeah,
but no, Miranda, don't act like I definitely don't think that you're like, I don't know, what did you say, like, you know, or trying to combat you. No, I don't think that at all. I'm fine having conversations. I'd like to hear other viewpoints and stuff too. So always bring it on.
That's why we have this podcast to begin with, really.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not claiming I know it. I just
and I don't know everything either.
We all have different point of views.
Yeah.
I just know that this week I know what I want to happen this week. This weekend. And I want them to just arrest them all.
Oh, I'm hoping Don Lemon gets something.
I wish they would, Miranda.
But if they just released Don Lemon in a day, why bother? So I'm hoping.
The only reason I have hope is because Ecuador did it. And yes, they're a lot smaller than us, but
I thought it was El Salvador. It's Ecuador?
Or yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. I was thinking of
I got those two confused too.
Salvador?
Yeah.
El Salvador. And the way he impeached all the judges and they started over. So
yeah, I think that's what we need.
I do too, especially in these California, you know, Minnesota, New York.
And even there was a corrections officer, and I know it happens, but she got busted taking meth and shit in to the prisoners. Like, why even go to prison if you're just gonna keep doing the same shit?
Yeah, I mean, they'll throw Republicans in jail for stuff that they didn't even do, but yet those who are clearly guilty of sin, they'll just let out on the street. Again, as Jesus said, good will be called evil, evil shall be called good. Woe to those during those times. So I'll leave it at that. So, you guys got anything else to talk about, or you want to end the show for tonight? I think we're pretty much all the way through.
I'm good.
I'm good. All right, guys.
I hear my dad calling.
I hear you, brother. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for sticking around and watching the show with us. As always, hit that like, hit subscribe. If you're not following us on Rumble yet, please, by all means, do that there as well. Follow all of us in our X accounts in the description box below and at the bottom of your screen. Avengers Doomsday is still 10 months and 24 days away. We're getting there slowly but surely, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers, congrats to them winning the national championship. As always, had to get that one more time in there for sure. Another episode, and Matt's already gone. I think he's done with it. But another episode next Friday night, I guess, as normal. As episode number 79, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless
so
we don't have internet or power or something.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a big snowstorm. So everybody be safe. Because it's supposed to be most of the nation, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, be safe. Get your snow blowers out. Get your snow shovels ready.
Fun fact: it is the anniversary of like the blizzard of '78. I guess that hit Indiana.
I always thought it'd be interesting to see what that would be like. I just
Well,
missed it
you're
by a few
probably
years.
going.
I might find out. I don't know. That was like huge.
If you guys are feeling froggy, you come on out and we'll go sled riding.
I just don't know if I can make it on your curvy roads tomorrow. But anyway, rain check. But anyway, all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching. As always, take care and God bless. Take care of yourselves. See you guys next week.
Good night. Stay warm.
Later.
Bye.